mai I ruka whiti mai I raro, kia pihi titi, kia wana teti, kia rito teti, kia tau mai te o Māori, haume, huie, taikie. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the long-term plan workshop today. Giving you the progress date, update, and also discussing the movable target, what we call the budget figures. They are a work in progress, and we will be explaining those later on this morning. I'd like to introduce myself, Vinci Belante, for the people watching online, the project lead for the long-term plan, and I will be joined later on by Andrea Rankin, who is our Chief Financial Officer, and also Bradley Robertson, who is contracted as our Senior Business Partner for the LTP for the financial aspects of it. I now welcome all of the councillors to introduce themselves for our online audience so that they know who's present.
Kia ora, Nigel Bowen. Stu Piddington.
Morning, Councillor Michelle Pye.
Good morning, Councillor Scott Shannon.
Councillor Stacey Scott.
Morning, Councillor Peter Burt.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Owen Jackson.
Kia ora, Councillor Sally Parker.
Councillor Booth.
And just for the record, we've also got Councillor Oliver. Is he online? Or no, sorry, he's working, so he's going to be in and out. So he will be joining us at some point when he can. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is he zooming in because we hadn't made... Okay, no problem. So when he joins us, we welcome Councillor Oliver when he can make it. Okay. Right, thank you very much. This morning, I just want to take you through our itinerary for how today, how we have planned what we need to cover for today. I'm going to start with giving you a wee update of the progress and the process and the timelines we are working to. We've negotiated with Audit New Zealand a few new timelines. Due to resourcing issues, particularly with Audit New Zealand having to prioritize very large councils, and so they've shifted ours by just a couple weeks, but we are completely aligned to other councils in Canterbury for timing. I'm going to do a wee video of the financial concepts that you have had a number of presentations and or emails with some information about. That's just a quick recap. Then I'm going to go into our financial assumptions because we have all the updated figures from Burrell and Infometrics, et cetera. And talk about the environmental scan update because it has been updated to reflect changes in government and or new information that has come to light. Looking at our strategic priorities, again, whether or not we have them right. I know that there was a desire to have that good, engaging conversation so that you can absolutely be confident that the priorities you had determined before are still going to be the framework under which you want to view the LTP activities. And then I have some key questions because we need this workshop really to get some direction from you. At 11 a.m., we're looking at starting the draft budget update, and even though we call it a draft, Andrea will actually explain it is a work in progress. And then you have a break for lunch, and then we will continue with the budget update and discussions around activities and projects, and I have invited some activity managers of the big spend activities to attend at that time in case you have any questions you want to direct their way, and for them to actually hear the conversation happening about their activity. Okay, and then we will wrap up and close. So for this morning, I just want to talk a wee bit about the rules of engagement. As it is a workshop setting, you cannot actually give us decisions per se that are going to definitively impact key council matters. What we will be asking for you are decisions around which direction you want us to pursue and what options you want us to bring back to you for you to make a decision on, if that makes sense. That means you're here to provide us really clear guidance and direction for those options on various subjects as we go through them. It is your opportunity to ask free and frank questions, and we welcome those. We just ask that you do so kindly. Officers are here to help and support you. We're not the enemy. We are here on this journey with you, okay? And let's look at what the main objectives are for this morning. We're going to recap the LTP process, what the requirements are and the timeline, introduce the financial assumptions. You've had all the other significant forecasting assumptions. This is now the financial ones. Discuss whether or not we've actually got those priorities right, as I mentioned, and get guidance on the debt cap. Like, what are we looking at? The status quo, which is at 2.1 times your revenue. Or are we looking at a model of 2.5 times or 2.8, which is the current legislative limit? And there is talk, of course, at central government level about raising that debt cap for all councils, especially in view of the infrastructure issues that are facing councils around the country. Depreciation, whether or not you want to fully fund it, partially fund it, or do a hybrid model. CapEx projects, what's in, out, deferred, or a mixture, okay? Community expectations, what is it your community expects you to deliver, okay? And what are you comfortable going out to the community with? And we're talking about everything from what story do you want to tell to what rate limits you actually want to put out there for rate rises, okay? Okay, so the long-term plan, you know it's a statutory requirement. Every term of council must complete this within their term. It's the 10-year plan that has all the activities, it has the budget, and it has the financial or funding impact statements, okay, which tells us where you get the income from, whether it's rates, fees and charges, grants, subsidies, all those things. And it actually gives the council that level of transparency and accountability for its community because it's their funds that you're spending. And it's part of the planning and reporting cycle. So as soon as you adopted the annual report, we stole the finance team and they were straight into long-term plan. As soon as the long-term plan's adopted, we're back into annual report. As soon as that's adopted, we're into annual plan. And the cycle goes on and on. Okay. We talked before about the various documents. There's many more than what you see, but these are the key ones that the Audit New Zealand will actually review and audit and give an opinion on. So all of these have to be right and they all have to match. So that means that they all have to tell the same story. So we start with the asset management plans, particularly for the infrastructure areas, and that leads into the activity management plans. Quite often for external providers such as Waka Kotahi, they're the one and the same because you have to be able to manage your asset in order to manage the activity. Here at Council, under the LGA, we have activity management plans for a lot of activities that have no assets. So we have a slightly different meaning than what's often accepted in infrastructure. That leads, of course, to the budgets, the first cut of which you are seeing and we're discussing today. And then that goes into the infrastructure strategy and the financial strategy, both of which have been partially drafted, but we need a lot more information and some definitive decisions from Council to complete those. And that, of course, will lead us into the LTP. So if we look at the timeline coming up, and I apologize if that's actually quite small, but all of this information that we're presenting today is available for you on the hub. It's all been uploaded. So the long-term plan approach and timetable, that was decided with Audit New Zealand, and on the 12th of December, they will be reviewing some of our information, and we've confirmed the dates. Looking at the budgets review and change requests, it started at the end of November. That continues on until the end of January when we have that draft LTP document, which goes off to audit for them to review. We're looking at budget workshops. Okay, this is one. We are scheduling more in January and February. The draft long-term plan, we have workshops to discuss the various chapters, but of course you can't officially adopt anything in those workshops. So we're proposing that those will be on council meetings on the 26th of March and the 9th of April. Engagement with the community boards. I have visited the community boards and other people have as well, and we are working with them particularly around some of the submissions to go for the long-term plan. And we're proposing that we will be engaging with them again, of course, with the consultation document around the 15th to the 17th of April. The consultation document preparation, that commences once we've actually had a bit more direction from you so we can define what the actual issues are and what's the story you want to go out to the community. That happens over January to March. The Audit New Zealand will get a draft of a straw man's consultation document in December and January, but they will have it to review officially in February. We will be giving it to them for them to review. It takes about 4 to 5 weeks for them to go through and review it. And then they give it back to us with any changes that we have to make, which we engage with council. And we're looking at you adopting that document about the 9th of April for it to go out in consultation. The consultation will begin from the 12th of April and go on till the 12th of May. We had previously anticipated it would be March and April, but due to, like we said, resourcing issues, particularly with audit, they've actually asked us to defer, and we said we will make it work. We just asked that it wasn't over the Easter break so that we actually had the community for whilst they're here, and we didn't lose any of that time. The consideration of the submissions. Submissions will be open, of course, from the 12th of April. It will take us some time to process those submissions for officers to make comments on, and then we give them back to you, and we set up a whole bunch of hearings. We've scheduled 3 days for the hearings, and that's between the 27th to the 29th of May. Given us time to actually adapt the long-term plan, give it back to audit with the new changes for them to do their final review. And the long-term plan should be adopted at the last council meeting of this financial year, which is on the 25th of June. Should that not occur, we can legally adopt up until the 1st of July and still be within the legislative timeframes because the 30th of June falls on a weekend. Okay, so if we have to call a special meeting, we will, but we are aiming not to at this stage. Okay, so the key council dates for you guys, 30th of January to the 1st of February. Possibly there will be more workshops needed depending on how much we get through, and we will advise you closer to the time. The 13th of February is when we want you to consider the draft LTP and consultation document for audit prior for it going for the in-depth review. The 9th of April, as we said, that's when you adopt it to go out for consultation after we've had the changes back from audit. I've talked about the consultation period and the hearings and the long-term plan adoption meeting. Okay. Jess, can we get rid of that, please? Thank you. Okay, so when we talk about the activity structure, what gets very confusing is we do funding impact statements at the group of activity level, not at the individual activity level within the long-term plan. And so we need to distinguish what's the difference between the two. So the group of activities, the GOAs, those are the ones that to the community, it's what they see every council delivers, okay? So it's things like your community services or water or recreation facilities, things like that. But underneath those, of course, are a whole bunch of activities. So for this long-term plan, you have 10 groups of activities. You have 21 activities with activity management plans. Not every activity has done them because a lot of the corporate service ones, which are the internal, very operational units, they haven't done activity management plans. It's the ones that are about the service to the community that we focused on. We have some group of activities and activities that are the one and the same. For instance, water is a group of activity, but it's an activity in of itself. But in that activity, you have a number of schemes that are identified. So each one of those schemes have their own budget, okay? And as I said, we have the funding impact statements that are at the group of activity levels in both your annual plans and your long-term plans, and that's what we report on at the annual report. And it's really important to note, and this is where it gets very confusing, is that how they're structured in the LTP does not reflect how the organization is structured. Every council structures its organization differently. So how these activities report to you via whichever committee won't necessarily match what's out there in the LTP to the public eye. Okay. So when we look at community services, the activities underneath them, and as you know from what's reported to the various committees, these cross a number of different units or groups within the organization. So you've got the airport, you've got community development, which incorporates community funding. You've got your civil defense and emergency management, You've got council housing, the economic development, and you also have development, which is more around the infrastructure aspects. You've got your public amenities, which are your campgrounds, fishing huts, halls, and public toilets. In rec and leisure, you've actually got your art gallery, your stadium, your libraries, your museum as it exists now, and the Theatre Royal and Heritage Center. Then, of course, you have your swimming pools, of which Sea Bay is underneath that, and the gyms tend to fall under the swimming pools as well. In environmental services, we have the three main activities being building control, district planning, and environmental compliance. And as you know, in environmental compliance, you have a number of activities underneath that, such as animal control or health licensing and liquor licensing. Now we're coming to the activities that are actually group of activities as well. So you've got your corporate services, which are all the internal facing activities I mentioned before. You have governance, you have waste minimization, you've got land transport, and then you have water supply, wastewater, and stormwater. Okay, any questions about any of those at this point? Right, now I'm going to hand over to James, who's actually going to do a slight recap over some of the financial principles that we have covered previously.
Hello and welcome to this long-term plan video on financial principles. I'm James and I'm speaking on behalf of the long-term plan project team to cover the information for the upcoming budget workshop. With initial budget projections now available, Council is viewing the impact of the substantial capital works program holistically for the first time. Before detailing these figures at the workshop, we should review fundamental financial management principles underlying your ultimate long-term planning decisions. We have covered a great deal of this material over the past few months, but this video is to recap many of the core concepts. The Local Government Act outlines 5 key financial responsibilities for councils. First, they must act prudently and with care when managing funds. Second, budgets require a 2-phase approval process. Third, long-term financial strategies and infrastructure plans must be developed and formally accepted. Fourth, councils need to implement policies guiding funding allocations and fiscal decisions. Finally, balanced annual budgets are mandatory. Prudence is the foremost standard applied to all councils' fiscal choices and actions. It must be evident throughout assets' useful lifetimes. Seeking suitably qualified advice and following industry norms may be necessary. The Local Government Act mandates prudence without defining it. As per the Oxford Dictionary, prudence means careful, sensible, or acting deliberately. Councils must consider current and future community interests. Artificially low rates now would unfairly burden future ratepayers and raise prudence concerns. However, not borrowing for infrastructure, thus overtaxing present users, would also draw attention. Several questions guide councils in evaluating budgetary prudence within long-term plans, listed on pages 15 to 16 of the dollars and cents reading that we gave earlier to you. Page 17 outlines fiscal prudence benchmarks that regulations require councils to assess and report on. Balanced budgets are often misunderstood. The LGA states operating revenues need only meet annual operating costs, not match them. Therefore, projecting differing revenue and expense levels may be fiscally prudent. The words OPEX and CAPEX are used frequently in council, especially at budget-setting times. OPEX is our day-to-day operating expenditure for things that keep the council machine running. It pays the bills and is usually fully funded by rates or fees and charges. CAPEX is the capital expenditure for big-ticket items like building facilities, roading and water renewals, or increasing your levels of service to cater for growth or higher community expectations. Council has its financial strategy which sets the parameters of how it manages its budgets. Currently, the strategy has a self-imposed limit on borrowing, which is 2.1 times the income for the 10-year period. This is less than the legal limit of 2.8 times that council could borrow against its revenue. The strategy also sets the limit on rating increases, stating a limit of 7% annual rate rise for existing ratepayers, with a rate take target of 4.9%. Obviously, with the extra costs incurred, council has breached its own policy of the 7% rate rise limit. For this LTP, council may wish to raise that self-imposed limit. Council has also defined a balanced budget as being everyday costs should be paid from everyday revenue. The financial strategy also gives council the strategic influence over how it can adjust the budget through levers and actions tailored to address significant issues. Jason has explained these levers to you in a workshop, but to refresh your memory, they are: choosing between increasing your rates or your fees and charges, reducing your OPEX, delaying or reprioritizing your CAPEX projects, increasing your debt, selling any tangible assets to pay for CAPEX, exploring any untapped central government funding available, or finally, reducing how much you fund your depreciation. For years, underfunding depreciation was commonplace among councils nationwide, as most alternatives directly impact ratepayers or levels of service. Each approach carries trade-offs. However, skimping on depreciation funding has put this council in its current predicament, with aging infrastructure requiring renewal or repairs without sufficient reserves to address all needs. Even recognizing its budget impacts, council may still underfund depreciation in the proposed long-term plan draft, given the immediate rate relief it allows. This table analyzes the impact of various financial levers on rates, debt, and other factors for the LTP. It outlines the potential consequences of different financial strategies. Increasing debt through loan funding could lead to higher rates increases in future years, but allows for work to be done in the current LTP 10-year timeframe. Increasing rates will likely lead to community dissatisfaction, but enables more work to be done and maintains levels of service. Reducing operational expenditure and/or level of service could result in reduced levels of service, maintenance delays that may incur higher costs later, and community dissatisfaction. Reprogramming capital expenditure could cause project delays, which may lead to higher project costs and spread out debt, as well as community dissatisfaction. Increasing non-rates revenue like fees and charges does not affect debt but could lead to user dissatisfaction and has legislative and policy limitations. Other funding such as government subsidies may increase delivery expectations and create contingencies on the funding. Not fully funding depreciation could lead to a reduced level of service, increases the necessity for recovery in future years, and creates potential future funding issues. Selling assets could result in the opportunity cost of less revenue from assets if they contribute to income revenue presently. The financial challenges highlight potential issues such as higher rates increases, reduced service levels, maintenance and project delays leading to higher costs, community and user dissatisfaction, legislative and policy limitations, increased delivery expectations, and potential future funding and recovery issues. The LGA also stipulates the policies that form part of the financial management portfolio to support the LTP. These include the rating policies, development or environmental contributions policies, and treasury management policies amongst others. The revenue and finance policy definitively establishes rate determination and allocation between ratepayers. Rates must comply with this binding policy, which we consult on alongside the LTP. Vinci has sent you information about this previously, and you will be reviewing this in January when looking at the draft LTP document. Financial statements adhere to generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP, disclosing the previous year and next decade. Supplementary LGA-mandated disclosures also apply. The budget balancing statement is required for roads and footpaths, but we use the same format for the LTP. We present funding impact statements for all of Council and for each group of activities. They set out what rates and charges are being set, how they are being set, and the implications to the ratepayer. The rating base information is a statement of the estimated number of rating units at the end of each financial year. Reserve funds information is a requirement to provide transparency for all monies set aside for a specific purpose. The other information included in the LTP is the significance and engagement policy summary statement and the significant forecasting assumptions. These are a fundamental basis for the whole LTP, and Audit New Zealand reviews them critically for relevance and being evidence-based. The significant forecasting assumptions, which are part of the environmental scan draft you have previously reviewed, have been updated. The revised environmental scan now incorporates financial assumptions, which will be explained at the upcoming workshop. An updated draft of the environmental scan containing the new financial assumptions will be sent to you. This brings us to the end of our recap of the main financial principles. Thank you, councillors, for taking the time to review this key information before the workshop. We will quickly view it again at the start of the workshop as you take your seats to help set the scene. As always, you can direct any questions you may have to the project team if you want any clarification on specific items.
Okay, as you can see, the intention was to send that out previous to today. Didn't quite happen. But if you want to watch it again, by all means, please feel free to do so. It'll be on your greatest hits on Spotify. Thank you. Okay, now we're getting to the financial assumptions. The environmental scan is a very large document which is too big to send to you via email, so it has been loaded onto the hub for you all to download. If you would like a hard copy of that, please let me know. Keep in mind at this point in time, the environmental scan is still draft because things are still changing politically as we speak. So until the day we adopt the long-term plan, I think it will be an iterative document, okay? So let's talk about the financial assumptions. We have not presented those to you before. We wait for Burrell to come out with their report. That has also been loaded. The 2023 report has also been loaded onto the hub for you. Now, Burrell uses what we call the LGCI, which is the Local Government Cost Index. That is the equivalent of the CPI, which of course is about the basket of goods for the average household. But there's one developed specifically for local government. We use Burrell because they are the industry standard, and quite frankly, they pretty much have a monopoly on this side of things because there's very little competition within New Zealand to Burrell. I believe there's an outfit based from Massey University. But by and large, most councils use Burrell, and what's very important, so do Audit New Zealand. So we're all very much aligned. Audit New Zealand want to review this environmental scan and these significant forecasting assumptions, and we will be sending them to them next week. So I invite you to critically review and check and see that the changes that have been recommended to me previously are all reflected. If not, just give me a wee prompt because I need you to be happy with them before I send them to audit, okay? And as I said before, they're not a definitive endpoint by any stretch of the means at this point. So let's talk about what our financial assumptions are. The first one is we're talking about inflation. So we're saying that our LTP, the assumption is it's based on the table below for the periods from 2024 on through to 2034. And it is based by the Burrell, on the Burrell information that they've presented. So that is the updated table from the most recent report that they have for 2023. That kind of tells you what the various inflation rates are for operational expenses, for capital expenses, and what the total is that we use. Of course, there are some risks there if it differs because I promise you before COVID, nobody would have actually predicted an inflation rate globally of 7%. So through LTP variations, we can make changes to our base assumptions over the course of the long-term plan period. Consequences, of course, is change revenue and expenditure, and it means that that can consequently have impact on rates and affordability. And so what do we do to mitigate that? We pretty much follow and monitor central government direction, particularly around the affordable waters reform, and then we budget appropriately through the annual plan, and we do reforecasting 6 months into every financial year just to ensure that we have things on track. Okay, so the reforecasting, I believe, for you is due in December, which will be brought to you at some stage in January, February. Okay. Interest rates on borrowing. Okay, we've made a base assumption that it will be between 4.8% to 6.2% for interest rates. Basically, for every $10 million of borrowing, a 1% increase in interest rates increases our costs by $100K, based on those assumptions. Okay, the risk being, of course, they could be higher or lower than what we actually forecast. Lower is good. The consequence of that, we actually have to increase or decrease our costs, and that means the interest costs could decrease by up to $3.5 million each year for a 1% movement in the interest rate, okay? Andrea could probably explain this a wee bit better, or Brad, going forward. But basically, interest rates do have an impact on us. Councillor Booth notes that very closely and monitors that. And rest assured, we keep a watchful eye on it as well. We have our liability management policy that actually stipulates how we will manage any variations. Our ROI, or our returns on investments, we actually look at between 5.4 to 5.7% based on the bond and bank deposit portfolios. TDHL, the dividend we assume is $1 million per annum, and of course, for forestry, at this stage, we have not projected any return. The little trees are still growing. Okay. I'm going to move on to the funding sources. We're actually anticipating, unless there is a new entity set up by central government for affordable waters reform, that we will have no changes to our funding sources at this point in time. So we pretty much tap into every funding source we can externally at this point in time. We specify those in the revenue and financing policy and the financial strategy, both of which we'll be going into more detail with the RFP at the end of January. Now, we have user fees, charges, and then we have the external funding from projects from like central government agencies. We don't collect development contributions. We've talked ad infinitum about that, and there should be a report coming exploring that option. So when I say that we actually tap into all external funding, I meant through government agencies, ones that actually offer grants or subsidies, et cetera, et cetera. Council itself could explore looking at things like more increased asset sales or looking at the development contributions. We will be looking at fees and charges critically going forward. That work has not happened yet, but activity managers will have to review them really carefully. What we're actually saying is that the risk is we may not get everything we expect. And the sources of funding could change or the level that they provide us. And the prime example of that, of course, is Waka Kotahi, because they have a different financial year than us. What we ask for, we know we don't always get what we ask for, but we usually come within CUI. If they come back with a vastly different amount, that means we have to make quick adjustments, and it either means we come back to council to say, are you willing to fund that shortfall, or we cut levels in service at that time. Okay. That brings me into the Waka Kotahi funding. We're assuming that it's going to remain at 51%, the FAR rate for the time being. And, of course, that will be reviewed during the LTP cycle. That gets reviewed, well, Waka Kotahi reviews it regularly. And we will also be reviewing it, of course, for every LTP. And because of the different timing things, that's what creates that uncertainty for us. We say that the risk, the confidence of this assumption is what we call moderate. So it's not like we're highly confident that we know exactly what Waka Kotahi. We know within CUI, but we will be notified if there are changes. Okay, I've explained that the consequence of that means changes either into your level of service or more funding being sought from council to complete the whole work program. We're actually saying we think the costs that we have now will remain relatively stable. So we know that we're paying high costs. We have projected in for increased costs in some areas, but we're not projecting, unless there is a major global event that impacts things like supply chains, similar to what we experience. That could probably change some of our costing models, but of course we keep a watch on those, and we will make variations and amendments and bring those to council as needed when those events occur. Okay. Our rating base, we're pretty confident that we've actually got that pretty okay right now, because it hasn't changed widely. The increase in our rating base tends to come from more the commercial sector or from new industry coming. We don't have a high number of increases in the number of houses being built. You know, we're talking within a couple hundred at most, so that's not a significant change to our rating base, but we would like to actually explore, and I know Venture Timaru is very keen on how they can actually help support greater development to bring more people to come and reside in the district with more households. Okay. So where we actually pick that the greater increase in households will be is actually in the 1 to 2 persons household, and that's because of our aging population, which is the same up and down the country. Okay, so people are downsizing a lot. We do know that some of the building consents coming in are for 1 to 2 bedroom units that have a low square footage, but still enough to have a bit of a garden and kind of like the forever homes for the golden aged people like myself and beyond. Okay. Our credit availability, we're actually saying that we will still be able to obtain credit from the financial market at competitive rates, okay, and the terms and conditions. So we're keeping on with that. Then we're going into one of my favorites to look at, landfill aftercare. Okay, so we know that there's going to be significant restoration work needed on the most vulnerable closed landfills in the district, but Red Roof Landfill has no material changes to its post-closure costs because those landfill cells are actively monitored and managed, and we know the capacity of Red Roof Landfill. We know that we've got the budget of about $1 million per annum to address closed landfill remediation on an as-needs basis, and a lot of that will be about doing what work is needed to keep waste in situ in certain situations. We're going through that landfill risk assessment process where we will be able to bring to council and identify any landfills that are vulnerable to breaching because of climate change impacts due to their location really close to waterways or the risk to the immediate environment. Through some very excellent lobbying by His Worship the Mayor, you are well aware that we managed to get the Minister for the Associate Minister for the Environment has actually approved and encouraged that in the new waste legislation that they will address closed landfills that are vulnerable to the effects of climate change to have the waste levy fee waived for all landfills up and down the country, which is a huge bonus in our favor to help reduce the costs of relocating landfills to places like Red Roof in the future. Our ETS, our emissions trading scheme, we've worked on a base price of about $79 in year one because that's the information we actually have from the EPA as to the costs. And the market price beyond this is likely to rise. We purchase ETS credits when there is a unit credit sale happening. There's an auction this week that I'm aware of. We are in credit currently because we actually buy those units through the market because they're at the auction sales because they're usually cheaper than if we have to purchase them at the time we surrender because then we're using a secondary seller, if that makes sense. So we buy them when they're cheap, bank them, and then transfer them at the time that we actually have to do our ETS returns, which is in May every year. So we know we have to purchase more. We surrendered about 45,000 units in 2022. And this very past year, we surrendered only 35,000 units, but that looks like a bit of an anomaly, and we're reviewing as If it turns out the credit works in our favor, are very well and good, we will keep it. Okay, capital delivery. This is the one where, through very careful scrutiny by the infrastructure manager and his unit managers, they're looking very closely at capital delivery to make sure we're putting in plans for a reasonable and achievable work program. So we're going out there on the assumption that we will achieve 100% of what it is we are planning to do. That's our commitment to the community. We're saying that we're going to do this. So what we're saying we're going to do, we're being very careful about that to ensure that we're doing adequate planning. Due to the ongoing dynamics, weather events, supply chain issues, or what have you, should we not be able to achieve that, that will be reported by exception, and that normally happens every year for the annual report regardless, okay? And I believe that you're actually looking at, in future, getting activity reports, and that's where you will actually be able to hear throughout the year whether they're on time and on budget, and whether or not any carryovers will be needed. That will be where you will absolutely be able to signal throughout the year as to whether or not we have got our capital delivery projections correct. Okay, that's it for the financial assumptions. If you don't have any questions, I'll move on to strategic priorities, but if you come up with some questions or some thoughts, please feel free to email myself or any of the team, and we will address them in due course. Strategic priorities. Earlier on this year, I had you go into a few apps and you ranked all of the various focus areas underneath all of the community well-being outcomes to say what was the most important to you. We have come back with the top 5, the top 1 underneath each community well-being outcome. These are what you have actually voted on through your interactions in Poll Everywhere. However, we have not, all I've done is present these results to you. We have not had the opportunity for you all to actually discuss amongst yourselves in an open and frank conversation as to whether or not you think these are right. So I am actually going to turn the floor over to you at this point in time, and you can discuss and actually say whether or not you agree with these, or if you'd like to see some variation or changes in the priorities as to whether or not you think number 1 should be our facilities and services, or should we be actually looking at investing in the future. I'll hand it over to you now.
All righty, team. So what you're thinking in regard to 1 to 5, I'd move 3 to the top, to be fair, straight off the bat. What's everyone else is thinking? Don't be afraid to jump in. Alan?
Yeah, I'd tend to agree. It's invest in the future. I mean, obviously, I think enhanced lifestyle facilities and services probably should be perhaps second, but yeah, that would be my thoughts.
Can you just remind me what we mean by connected citizens enabling community, please?
Enabling the community is around the community engagement, particularly around giving them the opportunity for decision-making. So an example is like through the consultation, your engagement with community boards, the accountability and transparency.
And do you have the rest of the list?
It's within the LTP, and I can actually pull it up and actually give it to you, and I will be happy to actually send it around. It's still on Poll Everywhere. If you still have that app in your phones, you should be able to actually go into that poll, but I'm happy to resend you the link to that. Okay.
I'm happy with moving resilient infrastructure up to number 1 as well. Without resilient infrastructure, we don't have roads, we don't have water, we don't have anything that will help enhance lifestyles or connect citizens. So for me, infrastructure is key.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Parker. I wouldn't move it to number 1, I'd move it to number 2 behind enhanced lifestyle and facilities and services and making sure that we are delivering for our ratepayers. Happy with the rest of it though.
I'm not so sure about the connected citizens being that high up. I'd go infrastructure, probably lifestyle, economy. Sustainable environment, and then connected citizens kind of towards the bottom. Because I think, as Councillor Parker said, the infrastructure, facilities and services and diverse economy should drive those other two anyway.
Yeah, 100% agree. I'm happy to second that. Oh no, sorry, we're not making decisions.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so what I've actually heard is that you would like more priority on the resilient infrastructure, investing for the future, facilities, enhanced lifestyle facilities and services, and the the economy, leveraging local strength, then looking at clean environment, and then looking at enabling the community. Keeping in mind that these are the top 5 out of 26, so they're still very important, and it is what you said was most important under each one of your community well-being outcomes. So even though we're saying, okay, enabling community may not be number 2, it's still in our top 5, and it's still super important, okay? Right. So, councillors, what I will do is I will circulate and present to you a new priority list, and we will present that as part of the LTP for you to actually accept and decide. Those are definitely your priorities. Scott?
And can you just send the full list, 26 as well? So we've got the 5, but just to make sure, because I don't think we actually saw the results of the survey up on the,
Oh, you did.
the list of 26.
You had the list of 26 to actually choose from. That's how you got to these
But
5.
We didn't get the result we just got it on an app.
I can, yeah, and that is where the result is, on the app.
Yeah, can you just send it to me on a piece of paper?
Sure, absolutely.
I
I
don't know
can
whether
print them
Sugar
out.
app is anymore.
Yeah. I can print them out and send them to you. Okay, that's fine. I can do that for you. Yep, I'll do that. Not a problem. Okay. Right, now we're getting towards the end. I just want to talk about some of the key questions because we're going to move into the budget and numbers side of today. And so I want you to actually just think about these questions as we're working through. And what are the non-negotiables? What are the items, the projects, what have you, that you deem as the non-negotiables? Now, councillors, these are questions I want you to think and reflect upon as we go through. I'm not asking you to answer this question for everything that comes up today, but just something to help with your framework. What are the mix of levers that you favor that we can use to actually adjust our funding, okay, and have impacts on those rates? What do you think is an achievable capital program for the LTP? Okay, and as a frame of reference, you normally deliver something, a few years ago, you were delivering around $30 million worth of CapEx every year. That's been upped to over 50 million, and you're delivering that. Okay, so infrastructure teams have really put in a concerted effort to achieve a lot more for this community. but you need to actually look at what's sustainable and achievable going forward. And I promise you, it's not doubling that figure to over $100 million worth of CapEx. We probably don't have enough contractors to deliver that. So let's actually just look at what's achievable. What's the story and the messaging that you want to tell the community for consultation? What are going to be the things that the community is going to say, yeah, we trust that this council has our best interests at heart and are being honest and truthful, and we have enough information to actually make a submission or know that they are making decisions in our best interests? What do you think is an acceptable range for a rates increase? Okay, you can give us an indication as to what you think will be acceptable and comfortable. Don't worry, the community will let you know if you have that right. Okay, should we fully fund depreciation? That's a question that is going to come up, and we're going to ask you to give us some direction as to what kind of models you want us to bring back to you about the depreciation funding. Should we be reviewing levels of service and considering changing some of them if affordability is an issue? So it comes down to 4 really key critical questions. What are the mission-critical things that must be done? When you look at your CapEx, what's mission-critical? What are the things that are nice to have but may not be a legislative blocker? So if you don't have it, it's not like you're going to face fines or prosecution or infringements or anything like that. Okay. What are the things that you need to avert calamity? What are the things that you would do? That kind of is a subset of the mission critical. What are the things you need to do to make sure that you are compliant, that you're avoiding disaster? And that can actually be as much about a political one as it will be a financial one or an environmental one or a health-related one. And what are you comfortable taking out to the community? Okay, what will you be comfortable with? Lastly, talking about what you'd be comfortable taking out to the community, I want to propose to you an idea for the engagement. I would love to be able to use your avatars as part of our material when we're looking at our consultation document and we're actually looking at the campaign going out. And of course, I'm going to ask each councillor to consider what are some of the key things you would like to champion and be associated with, and perhaps be the spokespeople for when going out to the community. You do not have to answer those questions now or today, but I want you to stop and consider it as to what do you think you can champion.
I'd certainly like to endorse the use of Councillor Booth's avatar. I think that's fantastic.
A wee speech bubble that says, "Stop the madness."
Yeah, look, I really think we need to work out how many lollies we've got to throw round, first of all. And so, you know, I did ask some questions, which hopefully we've got some answers for before we start this discussion. I sort of look at depreciation, I read your thing here, and local authority must ensure that each year's projected operating revenues are set at a level sufficient to meet that year's projected operating expenses. That's called a balanced budget. And so I guess that's obviously, that's prudence. So I guess that starts there for me. The depreciation is a systematic allocation of across an asset over its useful life, and is not to provide for the replacement of the asset, although this may be the intended outcome if you continue to increase the value of the asset in the ground or wherever. Obviously, the cost continues to increase. So I guess the people who have funded that now are enjoying that, the benefit of that at that cost, and I guess the people coming on will have to pay more at the appropriate time to replace their asset. So I guess first of all, I'd like to know actually what we actually the state of our income is up to date, and our expenditure, so as we know what the situation. Last year we actually borrowed $22 million just to pay the wages. So I'm concerned we need that, and that is not a balanced budget. So, and also I note that you mentioned 1% was 100,000. It's actually 72,000.
That's a rate increase, sir.
Yeah, so 1%. So if we want to
Right.
get
Rate
another
increase is
72%,
700,000.
72,000, we need to increase, or 1%, it's 72,000, because that's what we're rating. So I guess that's the income. I'm talking about the income. So
1%, Ellen, is now 700K, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, well, 700.
700, yeah.
700. Yeah.
Percent is 700,000.
At present, yep. I note also that our funding from Qatar has been fairly stable at about 13 to 14 million over the last 3 or 4 years. And although they say that they're talking about decreasing that at 1% per year. But so I guess there's in our projected budget, I'd like to ensure that we're actually got some realistic numbers in there and conservative numbers, not numbers that perhaps are wishful thinking. And so otherwise we can't make any decisions. We cannot even talk about this stuff until we've actually got this sorted, because otherwise, the way I see it, we could be potentially lining up for another result like we did last year. So we need to confront that right now and ensure it so as we actually do have a conversation based around our abilities to do anything. So I guess that's where I'll start that conversation.
Yeah, look, I guess as a group of councillors, my concern, we've got a debt to revenue ratio of 2.1, the maximum's 2.8. On the figures we've been provided for, we exceed 2.8. And I know there's ways around that, but I think we need to think where we're comfortable to move that ratio to. Because at 2.8, if something goes wrong, we have to either massively increase rates or sell some of the silverware. And last time that was suggested, it didn't go down very well in the community. So look, we can go line by line through the CapEx, and there's things that I think are missing and there's things that probably don't need done. But overall, we need to have a philosophy of where we're going to hit, I would have thought, before we cut and burn in some ways, because then our finance team can give us some real numbers about where we are comfortable with our debt level. That's kind of where I'm at, because otherwise we're exposing ourselves and our ratepayers.
Thanks, Stu. And look, and I'd like to start personally more with our revenue actually, and what's our level of comfort. And then once we know what our income is, then we can have a look at what the projects are that fit within it. But two key things that we've got to be considering is one, what's the interest rate spread that we're comfortable with over the life of the plan, whether it's been, I think it was 4.2 to 6.2. I think I had 4 and 6. It was roughly the point. To Stu's point, I agree. I'm comfortable with a 2.5, but we need a buffer sitting in there as well. And where's my notes? I think through this time, I'd also like us to have a priority around growing depreciation over the life of the plan. So to the point that you made yesterday, Alan, if we've got depreciation of 32 million sitting in there, anything over that's spent on CapEx is effectively debt. So at the end of this long-term plan, it would be nice to have 50 or whatever the number is, or $60 million worth of depreciation sitting in there. So actually, that is driving our capital program, so it's not all loan funded moving forward. So we actually have a target around where we get to in depreciation. But pass to anyone that wants to comment.
I guess, we talk about our debt cap, and, it wasn't that long ago, we were actually at 1.2. It went to 1.5, 1.8, and now 2.1. And those numbers have grown astronomically. May have been okay while we had, if the interest rate was similar to our depreciation rate, because that would make sense. But we do need to be conscious that interest rates have changed. I feel as if over the life of a couple of terms in council, we've gone from, as I say, 1.2, probably having debt 40 to 50 million, up to here we are now, 175 in a very short period of time. And, and here we are looking to go again. And I feel as if we probably, first of all, need to know the facts around our income and expense, and ensure that we have a balanced budget before we allow anything else further to happen, because otherwise we will continue and are continuing to borrow for wages and interest. So I think we just need to, as I say, those numbers make a big difference. I've done some assumptions around fees and charges being what they were last year. I've also included subsidies and grants in at 13.5, which is at what they were roughly last year. And then in the expense side, I've put 61 million in there for general expense and 10 million for finance costs, which is actually quite realistic. And if you're a prudent budgeter, that's what you'd have in there. It's an income. Let's see. Basically shows an income of 112 million against our budget 128. I know that we have a further MB amount to come in regards to the theatre at the appropriate time, but that's only 6.9 million. That's an income of 112 million. Last year, year prior, it was 102. Last year it was 106, but then there was a vested interest added onto that, which wasn't cash. That was actually borrowed money, okay? So here we are now, 112, and that's showing a loss for the year of $16 million, which I think is the very first thing we talk about to ensure that we are talking about the right numbers. We're not putting any gloss on it. And so as when we do go to look at these issues on this, the capital items, we are working from something with some fact and some base of knowledge. So I guess that is when I talk about the expense, I'm talking about I used the number from last year for other expenses, and as I say, I wouldn't bet on that. I'm probably not that far away. So I'd like to hear what everyone's got to say about that.
Thank you, Councillor Booth. Thank you, councillors. Okay, this is a great segue into the financial part of this morning's presentation. So I'm going to hand over to Andrea and Brad. They're going to take you through some high-level figures. I welcome and encourage you to ask questions as we go along, and we will also be asking questions of you. On the whiteboard behind you over there, I will be making some notes because we are seeking direction, and as today goes through, you'll be able to kind of give us an idea, and we'll have them documented. Both myself and Tony will be writing on the whiteboard as we go, and we'll be taking notes. And we just want to have some real clarity, and you get to check that we have that right. so that when we come back to you, we're delivering what it is that you're actually asking for. So I'll hand over to Andrea now, and we look forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Fitzy. Andrea Rankin, Chief Financial Officer. So these slides were put together as essentially a starting talking point, knowing that it's a work in progress, that the finance team have had essentially 2 weeks to pull something together, considering our annual report was signed off on the 14th of November. So it is a very early stages of a document, but like Vince has pointed out and like Alan has, suggested, is that, we're wanting to know, or some direction as to where you would like to head in regards to debt caps, in regards to capital projects, and essentially operational side of things. So we can work through the slides very quickly, and then obviously we'll open it up for discussion around what it is that you would like the finance team to, and SLT in particular, to work on to then bring back in January some, more firmed up scenarios. So once again, just highlighting a couple of things, that to make a 1% movement in rates, we're looking to at $700,000. So if we were to reduce operational costs by $700,000, then we'd have a potential 1%. So I guess to keep in the back of your mind, that's the kind of dollar value that we require to make significant changes to rates. So at the
Sorry,
moment,
Andrea, can I just make a point? All these scenarios are just purely hypothetical.
Yep.
And because we're not proposing that these are things that we're going to take forward. They're just purely for discussion. And the point I make is we don't want a headline being, this is what the council's thinking. It's not what we're thinking.
No.
It's purely just for discussion. Yeah.
So when we get to this different scenarios, essentially it was more about, if we went this way, this is essentially what it would look like. If we made some changes, then this is what it would look like. So once again, they were just scenarios that, we took from prior discussions around council meetings and the like, around, what may or may not be out there. Yeah. So once again, the debt ratio is an area that we need to have a discussion about, whether we want to stick to 2.1. If we want to try and stick to 2.1, then, we've got some hard decisions on what we can and can't spend.
Those things that we want to work through, do you want to do that as we go?
Yep, we
Yep.
could.
Or do you want to get through the presentation? And
We'll
then
get through the presentation and then we can essentially discuss the 5 things that are on the board. Yep.
Sorry, Andrew, just recommended limit will be 2.8. I thought that was the maximum possible.
That is the maximum possible, but on the scenarios that we've put to you, 2.1 we would breach next year. So it's essentially it's a recommendation that when we've put these scenarios together, we've used as that is all you've got.
Sorry, so you've recommended 2.8 or what have you done your figures on? That's what
2.8.
Which is the maximum we can go
Which is the
to.
maximum,
Wow.
yeah.
But as I was getting before, if we're only going to have a predicted income of 112 million, we're actually at the debt ceiling almost now at 235. So, that number, we need to be, and that number should be prudent. It shouldn't be a number that we're actually just wishing for.
Yep, so we'll take that into consideration.
Yeah, that's all right. I think if we get through the presentation and then we can have a good in-depth discussion, will be the way to approach it.
So essentially, we've talked about the four key areas is the depreciation, the capital program, uncertainty around Three Waters. At this point, Three Waters is in there as if we've continued with it for the next 10 years. And then obviously, cost of inflation going forward. So once again, we presented two scenarios. So these were just random scenarios. We could have had a combination of all sorts. So scenario one essentially was a full capital program, including a theatre, a stadium, city town, art gallery, as well as all of the infrastructure projects that we have to do. Then scenario two was around the theatre and keeping the stadium in there. As part of the last long-term plan, those two items were part of the last long-term plan within the first 3 years of that. So we've left those in because we've had significant discussion about those. So that's essentially what the two scenarios were put together using the information that we've got. The scenario one, unsmoothed, essentially is if we were to fund everything. That's what it would look like.
Andrew, can you just confirm on that? It's got the surpluses in brackets and the deficit is not. I know I asked this question on email and I didn't quite get the well, I'm not sure I read the answer, sorry.
Yeah.
So are we saying we're going to have a $6 million deficit in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And can I also ask, at what level are we depreciating here?
So that's based on 100% depreciation with roading at 50%.
Correct.
Roading at 50% because Waka Kotahi subsidised 50% of the roading. Yeah. So this is essentially, as is now, work in progress, the data that we have. So the second...
And on the 128 million income.
Yes. So the second scenario is the same base data, but what would we need to, there was a couple of years, how do I go backwards that way? There was a couple of years that we actually went over the 2.8 limit that we'd set. So this scenario here, in those years 29, 20, 31, 32 and 34, they've had an increase of rates at that point to bring us within the 2.8 limit. Scenario 3 is a smooth model. So what a smooth model is essentially looking at the 10 years all together and essentially applying a rate and then smoothing out the remaining years so that over the 10-year period, all going according to plan, we would then be covering what we needed to cover. So I think traditionally that's what this council has done. And there's nobody to answer that. Andrew, is that we've used the smooth model traditionally in the past? Do you know?
That was our approach in the last one because it was up and then it was 4.9.
Was it in any of the prior ones?
I couldn't tell you as far as no. Yeah.
Yeah. So, scenario 2, yeah.
Andrea, did we give you the nod that council was comfortable at going up to 2.8, and is that why you have modelled them on 2.8, or how did
No.
how did the finance team get to the place to model at 2.8?
I can answer that.
That income versus is showing increase in what we need to fit this. So no one's given direction. This models what is required if we're going to achieve all of that. So there needs to be some slash and burn.
Yeah.
If you don't want it to go to 2.8, that's the, well, it is, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat today because this is real.
And I think that's what we asked for too. It's quite real. So let's, yeah.
I guess just to reiterate what the assumption is. So the assumption is we have included the full CapEx project list that we need. And, you know, in most of those years, it's come up cooey near 2.8. And then in the years 20, and clearly we can't go above 2.8 because that doesn't, we can't actually do that. So there was a couple of years where we've bumped the rates income, about 2029, we have bumped it up so that we meet the 2.8. So we've just used 2.8 because that is our maximum. But it's not really based on us saying, hey, 2.8, let's use that. It's more just that's what falls out of it, yeah?
So essentially, a model with 2.1 is going to show that obviously we need to not do capital projects, we need to look in depth at operational expenditure, need to look at fees and charges, whether we can, you know, get some more income out of fees and charges, all of those scenarios, so that the rates essentially is not significant.
Councillors, I'll just remind you that all of the stuff that is being modelled, and these are only just like the first cut, they're not definitive, it's based on commitments you've already made to the community, and we're actually just showing you, okay, financially, the reality is this is what's actually going to be required. Are you comfortable with this? There's no way you can do what you've already promised you can do without borrowing more. So, and I know the mayor has also talked about central government potentially looking at lifting the debt cap. A lot of this has actually also come about because having newer valuations, we now know the depreciation costs have increased, et cetera, et cetera. So just bear with us as we go through all of these models and these scenarios. But one of the things we're seeking direction from you is, are you comfortable at a 2.8 model, or are we looking at 2.5, or do you want to retain it at 2.1? Every yes you make leads to a no. So what is it you're going to say no to make the yes real and achievable?
Yeah, I guess.
I would be very concerned if you think it's okay that we raise our debt levels to 2.8. So first of all, I feel great that you're all going, no, you don't feel comfortable, because that is terrible business. So I just hope that I know what you've presented, but I can tell you right now there is no way I support this at all. And I think, you know, I'm thinking about a 2.4 max, 2.5, but honestly, let's have that conversation. I've done some modelling on that, a bit like probably Alan. We're always a bit different. But yeah, I think it's, unfortunately, you know, my job is to protect the fixed income families, and this does not protect them. And so, yeah, that's where I'd like to start. Where my philosophy is how it is protecting our fixed income families.
Thank you. That's a really good start for a direction. I need to make really clear, this is not about how we feel at all. And it's not about, we can give you our professional advice, but remembering that a lot of staff here are ratepayers too. So this is just us presenting the facts and showing you the options that you have.
Can I just ask for a point of clarification on this, Andrea? 2025, is that chart actually suggesting 18% rate increase, so the rest of those numbers flow through?
Yeah. And so,
good luck with telling anyone that.
so if you haven't picked up, the first one, I think there's the first model's got 31%.
Yeah.
So it's all hypothetical. So I wouldn't get too stressed about that. Let's finish. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Scott's comment. The higher we have that debt cap, the lower we can keep rates. Because if we make that debt cap lower and we need to, you know, spend some money on stuff, we need to have higher rates so that that debt cap doesn't get breached. So I just think it's a bit of reverse of what you were just saying, in that you need to protect low-income families, yes, but in my mind, you do that by having the higher cap, because then you don't need to lift rates as much.
But then where's the scenario around?
I'm not suggesting we do 2.8, but
I
I was
know,
just
but the
thinking
debt
the higher we have,
repayment versus depreciation, and
there's a
what
whole
are we
lot of other
funding?
issues in there, but the
Yes.
higher we have the debt cap, the lower we don't need to lift rates as much, if we get into trouble with borrowing too much money.
That is my concern.
Yeah, I know, I agree with you on that point.
I guess, it's about prudence, and, we're saddling our future generations with funds that we borrowed now, and, we're leading the council into a position where they have no, actually, they started at 1.2 and now the max is 2.8, and here we are, let's get real. There's got to be a time when we actually pull the reins up and say, look, we actually just want to get a balanced budget for the very start, and then you can consider what you can do. At this stage, we've actually, in the last 2 years, this year is going to be the same, similar to last year. We'll be out by about $40 million, which we borrowed to pay the wages, and we're actually saddling our future ratepayers with that burden. So I think now is the time to actually have an honest conversation and actually pull our heads in, literally, and get to this, stick at 2.1 and actually put the right, correct income figure in there and have the balanced budget, and then you can see what the situation is. And I think you'll find there'll be 1 or 2 major things coming out of our wish list.
We're at the beginning of a long process here. This is a first iteration. Let's be comfortable with the fact that 2.8 is a worst-case scenario. There's always plenty of time for sound bites. We are not in any way deciding that this is where we're going to end up or we want to be there. And your last comment really encapsulates everything of what we're here for. We need to cut our cloth differently and decide what we're going to leave behind and what we're actually going to jump on, and what that looks like in terms of the community values and what we're here for, to make sure that the environment and what we do for our community is best for them. So look, can we just move that this is a worst case scenario and it's the start of a significant journey for us to get down the track.
That's why they call it a long-term plan. It's going to take a long time just to get through this workshop. Let's hear from the team, and then we'll debate these issues one by one. Not debate to find consensus, move forward direction, no decisions made. Thank you.
Yeah, so once again, these were put up as a starting discussion point. Obviously, work in progress, but it was just to have that discussion. And so, like I say, out of today, we'd like some guidance on where you would like it to go, what, percentage you might be comfortable modelling it on, what your debt cap comfort levels are, what your capital projects, models of in, out, all of that kind of stuff. So essentially that's the outcome from the discussions for today. So back to the slide. So scenario 2 is we have essentially left all of capital in, with the exception of the art gallery extension, which has been removed. That was about $9 million, and the city town, which was $35 million. So
we took out $1 million OPEX of city town as well,
and $1 million operational expenditures in regards to city town. So essentially, if we take these 2 projects out, this is essentially what it would look like, as an example. Any comments on scenario 2?
I guess I have the same problem, Andrea, is we're inflating, in theory, 18% next year. It's unpalatable. So as soon as you have that number at the start, surely it makes the other figures, they work for you, but they're not a reality of that, you know.
So essentially, that's what the smoothing model does. So it's essentially a number that, you know, you're comfortable with taking out to the community, knowing in effect that if it's low in year 1, then years 2 to 10 essentially then need to be, you know, higher to then offset that.
Yeah.
So it comes down to your comfort levels. It comes down to, once again, all of the factors that are in these scenarios or potential scenarios going forward.
If I could just make a quick comment. So the last LTP, you'll know that in year 1 of the LTP, it had a larger increase, and then we had a smoothed. So I mean, obviously these numbers are a lot bigger and unpalatable, but I guess it's just a similar, you know, a similar methodology that was applied in the last LTP. Is just a comparison point, I guess.
Yeah, I get that, but what worries me is that number is so big and so far away from where I think anyone would be comfortable. The numbers that follow aren't real either.
So I guess...
No, I agree, but these are just hypotheticals, and I think we should just work through them, and then we can have discussion and bring all these points in, because I just think we're probably all thinking along the same lines, but until we get to work through those, we don't get the chance. So if you just, I think if we can present these, and then we can have that discussion.
I'd like to have some more radical hypotheticals based on our real income and based on staying at 2.1.
The questions behind you are that, what's our rates range, and then we can get to that once we've listened to the team. Yeah.
So essentially, these were 2 models that were put together in 2 weeks. So, once again, work in progress. So then the next slide was around, you know, Councillor Booth's commentary around, you know, what have we got in our current annual plan versus what is the first year of our long-term plan. So there were questions raised around the subsidies and grants. So within the subsidies and grants, there's 13.8 in this year, your roading subsidies and grants. There's a $6.2 million Theatre Royal subsidy and grant in there. The other 2 big ones, there was grants, better off funding around Aorangi Stadium and some better off funding around the shared tracks. So some of that is up for debate as to whether or not it's going to be received this year.
Is the Theatre Royal money going to be received? Is any of that going to be received this year? And the better off money, have we ever received any of that before, or what's the deal with that? Is that a sure thing? Because let's be real, we're only going to deal with real sure things here now.
My understanding of the better off funding is funding that we get from DIA, and this is my understanding, so don't quote me on it, but I believe that we can draw it down at any time, but it is tied to those projects. So, you know, like we would draw it down and use that money to fund those projects. The projects being the art gallery earthquake strengthening, which I believe is underway, the Aorangi Stadium, which is not yet underway, and the shared tracks, which I don't actually know, but they're underway. Yeah. So some of that work we are actually doing, and so therefore we will draw down from the DIA to get it funded. Susie is probably right about that too.
And we just had commentary from behind somewhere, not in here, but Susie has talked about what did she say? She said about 5 million this year in transport choices that we probably won't get, but we won't also spend that money.
That's money targeted towards transport tasks or whatever it is.
Yes, it is. So if we don't get the funding, we won't be doing the work.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, so in regards to transport choices, of course, the government is having a bit of a shift in priorities, so there is a less focus on that. So the transport choices are around cycleways in particular. So the cycleway through the port, for instance, is at risk, I'll be honest with you, on that one. But having said that, we have also been successful in securing additional maintenance and renewals funding from Wakatahi, so they are fully funding our maintenance program now. And the assumption has been made that that will continue under this current government. Yeah.
Can you just expand on that? Because Susie explained that well to Scotty and I yesterday. And because we've got that unsubsidised budget sitting in there, which is around 3 million, I think, isn't it? It enables us to then, when the opportunity comes along, to be able to then move ahead on those projects. Because if we didn't have that unsubsidised budget sitting there, then we wouldn't necessarily have revenue when those opportunities come through NZTA at this time, which is consistent year in, year out. There's some other funding becomes available, isn't it? So my point is, if we were to take away that unsubsidised roading, that might actually cost us down the track because we wouldn't have any of our own money to put to some of this money that comes in late in the piece, if you like.
Yeah, that's basically correct in that, yeah. So we have to spend the money to get the money, as a key thing there. So up
but if
until
the money's
recent,
not there, it's hard to take those opportunities, yeah.
Yeah, up until recently, yeah, this council has been funding roading renewals and maintenance significantly higher than what Wakatahi have been funding us. But that has changed just recently, and so yeah. We also do have some projects in the roading budget, like the Washdyke Road, new road extension, which is on the strategy there. That is still not confirmed for funding for Wakatahi, but we won't do that project unless we do get that funding. So there is some provisions there. But again, that's loan funded at this stage.
I guess, looking forward then into, say, the next financial year, that's worth, what, 2.5 million in regards to our income for subsidies and grants. Would that be roughly right?
Yes, that's correct. Extra 2.5 million is coming in, yeah.
So do we have to spend an extra 2.5 to get that 2.5?
No, we're already spending it. So what, yeah.
I notice also in the rates, expected rates income, is what you're getting at before, Stu, 92 million for next year, which is actually 70 this year. That's a $22 million increase. Just doing the numbers, that's a 30% rates increase that you've got in the long-term plan.
Yeah, that's what it says. So that's the first assumption, goes from 70 to 90, so it's just hypothetical for this process. Let's
And it's blowing up the income.
Yeah, I know, but it's just a hypothetical. It's the scenario one that we've worked through. Yeah. Yeah, no, you can. And then
Just a question that will probably give you a wee heart palpitations, but if we went, right, we're only doing what we get our 51% from Wakatahi, because at the moment we spend more than we get, what impact would that have on our, well, renewal, or our service, well, obviously, but also, because that would help balance this a little bit better. So at what point is this the kind of thing we need to be saying, right, that's it, we're only going to do what we get funded for, because we've got a little bit crazy.
Okay. Well, given that the recent decision from Wakatahi, we are getting subsidy for everything we're spending. So we are back in that situation now. Whereas a year ago, we definitely weren't. We were funding higher than what Wakatahi gave us. The consequences of cutting that expenditure, if we did reduce our renewals, for instance, or our maintenance, we would lose Whakatahi funding, so the revenue would drop a bit under the present scenario, because we are making that assumption that our program is going to be fully funded. And then, of course, you're going to reduce the level of service effectively too. So you're just going to have more potholes, more roading complaints. We would reduce unsealed road grading, resurfacing, and potentially over a longer period of time, your costs actually increase because you let your assets deteriorate to a point where you need a total renewal rather than simply a repaint. Yeah.
Just following up from Stacey's comment though, we tend to look at vertical projects that are out in the community as the must drop. Yeah. Is this a wish list, or can we go through, okay, roads might be a bagged example, but water, for example, I think we're in pretty good shape. Can we take theoretically 10 million out of that budget for 5 years to balance the books? Because to me, we always tend to look towards those one-off projects where actually I'd like to see a 5% cut across the board and put the pen through some of these things that I read that I don't think are essential at all. They're nice to haves.
Excuse me, councillors, can I make a suggestion, please? We have invited Susie Ratahi to come this afternoon so she can go into the details about the work program, but we have a lot to get through before you get into the details down at the activity level. So let us continue on with that. Make note of the questions you have. They're good questions, and we will continue on, and Susie can explain in detail when we get down to the activity level.
And Vince, is Grant Leicester coming this afternoon as well, or someone from Technical?
Water,
yeah.
Yes, Nicole Timney is already here to actually talk Theatre Royal and property, and
yeah, as long as we have
Parks.
someone, because there'll be some, yeah, perfect.
Absolutely.
Right, let's get through this.
Okay, so we've been talking forecasts, so typically we wouldn't do a forecast until after 6 months. So as part of this process, there will be a forecast in the next set of scenarios that we put to you. So that will answer, hopefully, a lot of Councillor Booth's questions. Right. So essentially here is just a list of, and you'll have this on your hub document because it's quite hard to see here, is essentially where movements are, or essentially what things have had an impact on the rates increases. So you'll see negatives there, but it's because of the way that the data comes out of the system. The next couple of slides are essentially looking at the capital expenditure in graph format as to whether it's a growth, whether it's a level of service, or whether it's renewal. All of this stuff we can pick up after lunch, so it'll just give you something to talk about over your sandwich. The capital expenditure on this one is actually then just breaking it up into general activities. This is the capital expenditure for the current 2024 year with the projected or the current proposed capital expenditure for the next 3 years. So we've only put 3 years up here. You've got the detail in front of you for the next 10 years. So the 3 years here is essentially the period that we're going to partake in before the next long-term plan is developed. So these are just at high level. Once again, you've got the detail which we can discuss later. Once again, these are all of the kind of questions, levers, guidance that we're looking for as to what you would like us to look at, model, put some scenarios together for. So all of these we've talked about. It's the loan funding, the general rates, the operating expenditure, capital expenditure, the fees and charges, depreciation, selling assets, combination of 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 9. You know, they're the kind of things that we're looking for you to let us know.
Just on the issue of vested assets being treated as income, I did read that, but really we shouldn't be entertaining that because it's actually a false notion that we've got cash and we haven't. So how often does that happen?
Vested assets in general.
We
Being
don't.
treated as income.
For our annual plan, for this LTP, and for the last LTP, we have not budgeted any income for vested assets. In our annual reports, we do recognise that as revenue, but for our annual planning, we have not. Some other councils do, but it's not a number that we're expecting to receive. And you're right, it is non-cash. Yeah, it is. It's non-cash.
The purposes of what we're trying to do here, it should be kept well out.
Correct, and it's not modelled at all, because last year we had $6 million worth of vested assets, the year prior was $4.5 million. So it's the unknown variable number that, depending on the development in the community, determines how many vested assets we get.
I guess what I would say is that if you did make a conservative estimate of the vested assets, it's a non-cash item, but it does increase your reported revenue and therefore would give you more capital borrowing before you hit your breach of your cap.
I think that's Alan's point, isn't it? You don't want that included in regard to that, and I think we'd be all on the same page, yeah.
So we haven't.
Yeah. Finished on what the word prudence means, and this is for the benefit of everyone. A local authority that does not operate a balanced budget and has been cavalier in its treatment of the above matters may well be acting imprudently. We have not been operating a balanced budget. Thank you.
So part of the next lot of scenarios, we can model the balanced budget and bring that at the same time. So that will form part of the package. So just quickly, knowing that it's midday and you're all had... Oh, lunch is at 12:30. Oh. Yeah. So essentially depreciation. So we sent out the paper in regards to depreciation. So that was a Local Government New Zealand paper that was hoping to help explain depreciation. Obviously, we've started to look at, well, what does it look like? And looking once again for your guidance as to, you know, what would you like us to do? You know, we can fully fund depreciation, we can not fund depreciation, we can fund renewals perhaps, we can look at a hybrid model of a combination of different scenarios there. We're also looking at what other councils are doing in this space, because we're not obviously the only council that has issues around the valuation of their assets, the cost escalations going up, the renewals, all of that kind of thing. So we've started to look at what other councils are putting out there as part of their long-term plan consultation, and what other councils have done in the past from their annual report information. So just looking for, you know, what would you like, you know, a scenario to look like and when it comes to depreciation.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I think that we do need some sort of targeted approach, because we do need to raise it, and that's the key thing, and over that life of the plan, what that looks like, or what that's modelled off. Let's discuss that later, but it's a key one.
Yep. Yeah. Then a question was asked around debt by activity. So once again, this is just showing as to where we're sitting at now and where the next 3 years predicted to land from an activity perspective. Just one thing to note there, the 2023 is showing at 173 million, whereas our debt's 205 million. So the additional debt that's there was only firmed up from an activity perspective as part of the annual report. So it hasn't been journaled into these 2023 numbers. So there's an additional $30 million that will flow through these numbers in the next model.
The overall impact, I mean, sorry, our external borrowing is showing correctly. It's just a charge between activities, essentially, the 35 mil that needs to be brought in. So it's not bringing in 35 mil of actual debt that into the model. It's just allocating the existing debt to the correct location.
So that, I'm not sure if it's on your hub slides, but we've got a hard copy here.
Sorry, can you explain that a wee bit better to me? Because we've got debt of 173 million, and in 1, 2, 3, 4 years' time, we're going to have debt of 409.
Yes. Largely, I mean, obviously, our debt largely arises from our capital expenditure program, because on the basis that, you know, if we have a balanced budget from OPEX, then our revenues will be covering our expenses, and then therefore you're like, well, what else do we spend our money on? As you know, as capital expenditure will be your main.
That's what I thought it was, but again, that prudence thing comes up. If we keep spending the way we are, that's where we're going to land in 4 years' time.
Yeah. So there's your, essentially the forecast or the predicted capital expenditure for the next 4 years. So $81 million this year, add another $125 million on, add another, can't read that from here, $87 million, and then another $80 million. So adding all of those on is where the 400 comes to. Yep.
Andrea, can I just ask about a comment back where it says, if depreciation is not fully funded by rates, it means our renewals are funded by other means. But with an inflation factor and a revaluation factor, we're never going to pay for a renewal just with depreciation, are we?
No.
There's always going to be an element of debt for renewals, because the depreciation, you'll start off at this amount, and as the asset increases in value, you're not going back and going, oh, we need a bit more because we effectively under depreciated it. And that is the problem, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So that's an historical problem that is now flowing through.
It is, but it's always going to be a problem, because you will say a building's worth $1 million and it lasts 10 years, so we depreciate 100,000 for the first 3 years, and then all of a sudden your building's worth $2 million. You don't go back and put in the bank that depreciation, so you're never ever going to have saved to replace that building just on depreciation alone.
No, I would say that you're correct. Yeah.
Oh, that's the end of the slides.
Yeah, that was the last one.
Another question that was asked was around our debt levels in regards to other councils. So here I've got the LGFA funding from their annual June 2023 annual report, which I'll pass around to have a look. What we haven't had What we haven't had a chance to do at this point in time is look at what their rating base is to essentially allow them to borrow their intended, or what they have borrowed. So it makes for interesting reading in regards to where Timaru sort of sits with the rest of LGFA funding.
Okay, that's cool. And I think there's some info in that taxpayer union stuff. Thanks, Brad. So yeah, hopefully you've still got some talking in your councillor booth. So let's work through these key concepts as well. Around depreciation, to me, is an interesting one because we need to almost understand what our income is, and we need to be targeted in some regard. So I think we all would probably agree that it needs to grow, but it's probably something we can't put any specific numbers around at this point, but happy for others to have reflection on that. Scotty?
Oh, I'd love to see some models based on what you find out from the other councils as well, and hybrid examples as well based on the different asset classes, the ones that you can see absolutely we need to be sticking the money aside, and potential a gradual scenario, if you like, to get to where we want to be, knowing that if we go for where we want to be straight from the start, then we are going to upset the natives, that's for sure. And also, I've heard Andrew say before that we spend the depreciation, and we have to spend the depreciation. But if we are reducing perhaps some of our level of service in some areas as well, do we need to spend all our depreciation? Just some different scenarios I think would be useful for me.
I don't think in the short term we're not going to be spending our depreciation, but I agree. It'd be nice to look at some models.
I don't think we have a choice except to fund depreciation based on the information we have at the moment and expected lifetime of assets and the value of them, and to do anything different, to quote Councillor Booth, would not be prudent. And it's still, even if we fully fund what we think the depreciation is at this point in time, in 30 years' time, it's still not going to be enough for future generations. So I think we should do fully fund based on what we know and the value of the assets at this point in time.
The challenge is if we fully fund in year one, you'd have a 30% rate increase just to cover depreciation. So it's going to be incremental. It's how you get there. So that's why I talk about a target into the future. And that's the challenge. You're never going to catch up.
No,
but we have to make best efforts.
Yeah, because on that too, we've revalued them. Yeah. So that increases depreciation. There's no way you can go out and do it in one hit. You do it over 20 years to get as close as you can.
I guess the opportunity is when you're doing new capital that you're depreciating at that time, you're increasing the depreciation, but it's it's over and above the new capital projects. That's probably the key thing to bridge the gap, if you know what I mean.
But if we don't fully fund from day one, we're never going to catch up. Because the amount of the assets the value of the asset to replace it is going to increase, and so then the depreciation is going to increase in future anyway. And if we don't try and fully fund it from day one, we'll never catch up.
Yeah, I think you'll only fully fund it once everything's been renewed effectively. Yeah. At that point, and you've considered putting depreciation aside for the new capital project, but that might be 100 years' time when the last pipe in Temuka is done.
That's why we want to see a hybrid model so we can select which asset classes we want to do that for too, isn't it? Yeah. That's what I'd like to see anyway. I mean, if you might, for example, have a large asset. Let's say KiwiRail decided that they were going to depreciate their ferries. Then they probably wouldn't be having the problems that they're having right now. But if they would decide to fully fund it now, nobody could afford to use it potentially. Whereas you might decide that in X number of years, we need to be at the point where we'd be 50% able to fund it from that, and the rest again, because it's a capital investment, then maybe that would be debt funded. I mean, that's what I'd just like to see is different scenarios. Yeah.
I ask what we've, in regards to our Downlands Water, for an example, we've just spent a lot of money. Did we do a targeted rate for those people, the beneficiaries? So that, like, in local government, it says that a targeted rate is the equitable proportion for which a targeted group receives the benefit. So yes. Obviously those people receive the benefit, so therefore they should be paying for it. Is that the case?
Yeah, all those supplies are rated within that. Yeah, Sea Down, Beautiful Valley, Downlands, all those are got their own rating. So there's no cost subsidisation at all.
Yes, and setting some capital targets on spend, obviously it's going to be depreciation. And if we do actually want to do a project and we borrow some money for that project, it should be clearly marked against that project and paid off over a period of time. So it's all very clear what we're doing. We seem to have just a big pot of money or lack of money, and we're supposed to have reserves. Well, we haven't really got reserves. It seems to have just got, some of these big numbers that we're flashing up here are just not realistic. And so it's like the amount of money that we actually do collect based on a balanced budget, and then what we can afford to debt we can take on not over 80 years, or it's got to be a sensible time frame and the purpose, and therefore then we weigh up the benefits of each business case and what actually is the priority. So I guess that's just a little bit of rambling from me. But.
Yeah, look, I agree with Alan that a project actually, we should know the life of it and what it costs. So when we look back in that big pond of money, we'll know when that's paid for. That project's finishing, the life of it's gone, and this is our amount, because it just keeps putting in, I guess, a big pool of money that no one really understands, and Paul couldn't untangle for me. What's the theatre going to cost over time, X amount? And I'm told it's different from how business would do it, but I still haven't got the answer for what it costs. We promoted to the community, it was $17 in our last time we spoke to them, but simple interest says it's $74 just to pay the interest on what we're borrowing. So we've got to be more robust in our storytelling, that we are telling people what the actual cost of these things are. Same with the stadium going forward. We need to tell people over the life of the stadium what it's going to cost.
Yeah, I don't think it's not that we didn't tell a story, but we could tell it clearer in regard to the theatre one. Depreciation, debt cap, there wasn't a lot of discussion on this before, so there's a feeling, as far as giving the team an indication, that 2.4 to 2.5 leaves headroom. We'll use you as the exception, Alan, and go to you last. But is that a general feeling, or is that too high as far as comfort levels? This isn't about deciding today, this is just about modelling stuff moving forward.
That modelling start though once we've reviewed the project CapEx list.
Yeah, so we'll go back and tell that, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll get into that later, yeah.
I'm still exploring my comfort levels.
No, that's fine.
And trying to get my head around what is comfortable and what is not comfortable, you know what I mean? Because it's... Yeah. And as a first-time councillor and first time involved in a long-term plan, so I'm still trying to find... Sometimes I'm thinking it could be higher, sometimes I'm thinking it could be a bit lower, so I'm trying to find where is that median sort of ground for me.
I'm probably not so worried about the cap. I'm worried about the headroom we maintain, which I guess is where you go to sit at 2.6. But it's the dollar value of that headroom is what I'd like to see.
Yeah.
And so if it is 2.6, what does that mean headroom?
Well, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Because as rate increases, your headroom's going to be, how much headroom do you need? Do you need a percentage headroom of a 0.5 to 0.8, or do you need a dollar figure?
Yeah, I kind of always think, a dollar figure, if you had a 50 million or whatever that figure is, and you have a disaster, you've kind of got 50 million of headroom, you can deal with a disaster.
Yeah.
Is 50 million the right amount? I don't know.
Yeah, and 50 million today might be different in 5 years' time.
Exactly,
But that's why we review it every 3 years, yeah. So, yeah. Scotty?
Yeah, likewise, same as you, Councillor Pike. I think people think about dollar terms as well. People don't think about percentages. But likewise, I think what we're looking at in this day and age, and a capital program, regardless of what we decide it's going to be, is not the same as it was 10 years ago. So we could set a debt cap of 2.1 and be comfortable that we had headroom where things are a lot more affordable in terms of any sort of infrastructure development above or below ground. And I think we've had an ambitious program, and we do still want to be delivering for our community, so we need to have a debt cap level, I think, which gives us headroom but allows us to do what our community wants us to do.
So, Councillor Jackson and then...
I guess for me, I just want a bit more clarity around that 2.1 debt cap and what we can afford to do, because I'm getting the feeling at 2.1 we can't afford to do anything or deliver any of those capital projects at all. So there's no vertical projects going forward. Doesn't make me feel very comfortable, I'm afraid.
Your debt cap, when it was 1.2, you had your debt cap kept increasing marginally every year. So it was based on a sustainable basis. Now we're at 2.1 and you want to go up near 2.8. All you're doing is borrowing in a very narrow point in time, and soon enough that limit's going to be hit, and you will then go back to actually a consistent number because you've got nowhere else to go. So, you know, really you are taking everyone else's opportunity now to squander and spend money when actually think about the future. So, you know, there's some real serious thinking needs to go into what you're talking about right now, and unless you stop the madness and get to and stick at a number and settle, you've burned everything up in 6 years. What about the next triennial? What are they going to do in the triennial after that? Because you've taken them right through to their headroom, and they'll get incremental. They have to live within their means, and during that, you've actually saddled them with a heap of interest.
We, Councillor Booth, we.
But you're right. So if you look back and I look at a major project for Andrew, no disrespect, but you were probably here for this when we invested significantly in wastewater pipeline as an example back out to Washdyke. There was some major, debt taken at that time. So the debt would have gone up and would have come back down. And so I think it's a relative of comfort later on in the afternoon whether these capital projects are correct and fit within our comfort level on what we should or shouldn't be doing. But debt will fluctuate, yeah.
I agree. And can I just ask a question on process too? So like, say we go, which is sort of where I was trying to go last week, was we go, right, we only have, I'm trying to not use last week's example. Yes, so say the art gallery, and there is 10 million, we say we've only got 5. What does that look like? Then we go the stadium, we've got 25 million in there, and we say we only got 20. How does that, or we go, so those kind of examples, theatre, we say 50, but we've only got 35. How does that work with consultation? So we say, because as Vincey says, we've gone out and we've said this, but now when we've reviewed, we actually can't afford that level. We still want those facilities. So how does that work on a consultation level?
It would depend. So Vince, you might be able to answer this, but if something was still in the 10-year plan, then it's not something necessarily that we would, in the way that we presented, then we wouldn't have to reconsult. But if you're making significant change, if you put it into year 11, then that's probably not ideal. But Vince, you'll be able to better expand.
I was trying to go, was like, I 100% know we need the theatre museum facilities, but at what cost? And so what is actually affordable for us? And at the moment, you would consider it's not. So, so I was just wondering how you could reshape those. Is there opportunity there? And I'm sorry, I don't understand if you can, because last week it was like, no, you can't say no, but how do you reshape?
Let's be very clear. There's a difference between consulting when you're changing the level of service or changing options, as opposed to you overturning a decision. We're not advocating for overturning decisions because you need to have new evidence come to light, and then 75% of you need to agree to that, et cetera, et cetera. What we are saying is that if you have to re-look at the work program, that's going to be the bulk of your consultation document, where you're going out to the community saying, we can do option A and do this, 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 and this, and it's going to cost this much. Or option B, which means we may not do this until year 10, or we may do this or bring it forward, and it's going to cost this much. Or we may say, we're not going to do this, but do that, and then get the community's views on that, comes back to you. That then is new evidence, but there's still processes you need to go through. Okay? Does that clarify things for people? Cool.
So to just put that one to bed, just so we can move forward, we've got a 2.1 scenario, and we've got a, let's call it a 2.5 scenario, and then, that 2.4 to 2.5, and then we'll keep the current scenario in there as an option, just to, as a comparison. Let's move forward to... Okay. Do you want to do... Yep. Perfect. Do you want to do rates now?
I guess the rates is probably one to leave for this afternoon as
Okay.
well, so after you've had lunch.
Yep.
And, yeah, you may have some thoughts about that, and then to come back with where you're comfortable with.
Okay. Oh, should we ask for a number now and then a number after lunch? See if it's... Stu.
Levels of service, I feel, will be tied in heavily into your CapEx discussion. And I think that's where we would bring...
Yeah, I'd like it done at 2.1, but I'd also like it based on 116 million income, not 128. I don't want to include income that we actually don't know we're going to get.
Yeah, we have captured that, Alan. That is captured.
And also, I'd like to see that number at 2.1 with a couple of projects taken out.
And that will be part
Yeah.
of that discussion when
This
you
afternoon.
tell us what
Yeah.
hybrids,
Okay.
what
You jump
you
in.
want taken out. Does that make sense? In the models. This is not you deciding this is not happening.
Yeah.
This is you just saying to
Stu.
Very clear to those watching online.
I just wanted to comment. So in the model, what I can do, which may help, is basically we could run a model saying, hey, at 2.1, this is what you need to reduce your CapEx spend by. At 2.5, this is what you need to reduce it by. And then that, that way we don't have to take projects, we don't have to decide which projects to take out, but it'll give you the dollar amounts to decide, what do we need to slash and burn to get to that.
But I'd like it based on a realistic budget, okay, income as well, not what we've got.
Yeah. So I guess what we need to decide on, and that's possibly a conversation for later, is what rate percentage we increase by, because that will that'll determine what debt cap percentage, determine the total debt cap, because we need to shore up all our revenues to know where we'll land, and rates being the more contentious one.
Thanks, Brad. That's exactly what I was going to ask, but I also want to do it at a rate increase at the start of 10%, not 18.
Yeah.
So we've got a couple of options, because I just don't think...
No, that's, we can go into all those scenarios.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Savo, yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. I've been told that nobody can hear me when the mic's not on. I just want to make sure that we qualify the conversation in saying that when we're looking at the CapEx to review it, don't necessarily think it's an all or nothing type approach, because it may not be that you have to fully remove projects. It just may mean that you scale them down, or you actually spread the work over a few years to look to retrofit something. So let's not actually think actual real things are on the chopping block at this point in time. But we can actually model to you, based on what Brad just suggested, if you have this much headroom for what you can spend, then you look at your projects and say, okay, so what can be achieved within those projects? Does that make sense? Cool. Thank you.
I guess that gives you some things to think about over lunch, and then when we come back, we'll obviously have a look at the capital projects that are currently put forward, discuss the rates range, and obviously levels of service. So is it half an hour for lunch? So 1 o'clock.
Yep, back at 1 for live streamers. Yep, brilliant.
Tēnā koutou. Welcome back after our lunch break. We are about to actually go through our CapEx work program, and we're looking at our overall capital expenditure. These are the raw numbers for the first 3 years. We've given you the first 3 years in the one sheet up there. One of the things I just really want to clarify, because it's come up a few times today about when we have to actually borrow if we have gone over for OPEX, I really just want to clarify, OPEX and wages are not one and the same. The wages are a very small component of OPEX. As a matter of fact, the difference from 2022 to 2023, what we budgeted and what we spent was $960 on wages. So we're pretty darn good about budgeting for our remuneration. So the bulk of OPEX borrowings or what have you are around depreciation and interest charges. So I just really want to be clear that we don't borrow for wages. It's actually against the Local Government Act and the Local Government Funding Act if we do that. So we're very careful about our REM. That being said, when we go into this, we're looking at the CapEx different projects, and we have got the activity managers attending this afternoon who we can invite to come up front to talk about specific things, any questions you want to direct towards them. I will ask, there will be some consequential OPEX as a result of some of these projects, and while the managers are here, they are going to take the opportunity to also talk about some of the pressures of trying to deliver the current levels of service, because you did talk about wanting to review the levels of service, which may mean an increase in number of positions needed to meet that level of service. So a little bit of OPEX may come into these conversations, but that's not our focus here today. Our focus is looking at what savings you want to be made in the CapEx, and they're going to talk about the consequence of any potential modeling that you ask us to present, what that might mean in real terms. So I'm going to turn the floor back over to Andrea and Brad, and we're going to get started. We will probably focus less on the internal CapEx ones and more on the big major spend areas, which are your external CapEx activities. Okay. Over to you, Andrea. Thank you.
And sorry, Andrea, so when we're going through these, can we just have a lens across what we're borrowing for? Because that's probably a key one, because some of the CapEx is going to be funded by depreciation, et cetera. So can we just within COE?
That's not that simple.
No, I know, but if I mean, there will be certainly some examples, because that's probably a key one for us as far as our thinking, understanding what we're taking debt for and what we're not taking, as far as the activity, the capital sitting within it. But let's start and we'll see how we go.
Yes. Brad may have a different view on that.
Yeah, it is trickier to pinpoint, but we can try our best.
I guess that's where the funding impact statements for those activities actually highlights essentially what is coming from a reserve, depreciation and debt. So at this point, we haven't, because we haven't settled on a modelled scenario, the financial, the FIS statements are not produced. So that would be where that type of thing. But you know, obviously, when you get down to roading, for example, we'll funded by, or partially funded by Waka Kotahi. So there's those that are clear, but then there's some that are not as clear. So for example, you know, information technology, so laptops and the like, that's, you know, not funded. It's funded by renewals and depreciation, so, yeah.
I guess, don't we sort of need to know what number we can spend, because, and then we actually work back, so we So if we're allowed, say if we're able to spend 50 million, that's the number, we've got to lose 31 million. If we're allowed to spend 70 million for the next year, we need to lose 65 million. So isn't that where we start? We go, right, we need to lose $65 million worth here, so how do we go about prioritising what we're going to lose?
So I guess from the conversation today, we don't know that because we haven't modelled the 2.1 debt cap, essentially then, or the rates number that we're looking for. So at this point, we don't actually know what the dollar value is that we need to be looking at, if that makes sense. Because we haven't actually, like I say, we haven't modelled what does that look like? You know, because every time you change what your rates is, then that obviously changes your debt cap. So if you're not comfortable with a 31% increase or an 18% increase, if it's a 10% increase, then that's essentially then going to significantly drop what your debt cap would be. So until they're all modelled, we don't necessarily know what is that bracket that we're aiming for.
That's cool. So let's, do you want to, approach is going to be to work through these line by line? Is that how you want to take?
I guess it's at the higher level. So information technology, for example, you know, there's probably not a lot there that we can, you know, we need information technology to actually run the organisation. So, you know, is it reasonable what we've got in there? Yes, no, you know. But I think it's those kind of things for us to make any significant savings, once again, is that $700,000, you know, impact that they're ultimately going to have when it comes to interest and things like that. So I guess it gets to whatever level that you're comfortable to say, well, okay, that's small enough that, you know, it's probably okay.
Yeah, no, that's cool. So I agree around IT. So let's...
Look, businesses change. You know, Air New Zealand loses 1,000 staff and they keep going. So I'm not accepting any of these numbers. I think any that sit there, we should be asking, why can't we save 10% of that number? Have we got enough licences? Have we got too many licences? Are the hot desks? I mean, all that stuff I don't know about. But just to accept a number when what we're facing is a crisis, really, in either rates or capital, I don't buy it. Because it's just because we don't know about it, we're not going to challenge it. Doesn't seem right. Because I'm sure if I brought a technical expert in, he'd tell me there'd be places I could save money. If that makes sense.
I think, Stu, the question you could ask is every second year there's a significant spend on software purchases and upgrades, and so it's understanding, because that equals $8 million, right, over 10 years. So maybe an explanation of why every second year there's an increase, that would be quite a good thing to know.
Councillors, we're happy to provide that information, not for today.
Yeah.
Today, we are focusing on your major CapEx spend. The numbers that you were talking about, they're rats and mice.
But
CapEx.
But rats and mice add up.
The rats and mice do add up, but we haven't prepared the information around internal CapEx for the purpose of today, because where you have more direct control is really around the things that are going out to the public, and it's through your CEO that you start looking at these CapEx costs for the operational side of the business. That's not really something we can present to you. That's a conversation with your chief executive, because those are necessary business costs, and it's up to him to justify those to you.
I disagree. I do disagree. IT, I think we need more information, but let's just identify where the issues are and where they might sit. Because otherwise, there's no point in today if we're just talking about these major projects. We do need to get into the detail because, 20 small things will add up to $15 million.
I take that on board, and I appreciate that feedback. But for today, we're not prepared to have that conversation because you need your chief executive here to have that. So he cannot make this afternoon, so how about we have that conversation next week if we start looking at that internal thing? We have a workshop scheduled for next week. Would you be happy to defer that to next week?
So, but my question is, are we not going to go through these?
We're not going through all 85 lines. We're going to go through the really big ones at this point of time, because I have the managers here from the departments that have the largest spend, where you can
Yep, which is what we want to do. So let's get to cemeteries, eh?
Okay,
That
that
would have been
sounds,
quite handy to know, because I actually spent a lot of hours on this, going line by line. So would have been handy to have a heads up on we're going to focus on 10 key areas rather than I actually analysed every single goddamn line.
No, let's see where we get to.
Well, that's a bit annoying.
No,
No,
so
waste.
question around ITs. Is someone recording this information as far as questions? Yeah, so let's go to cemeteries. Is there any questions around cemetery spend? Yeah, Michelle.
I'll invite Bill to come forward.
I just wonder why we've got that in 2025 when I thought our existing cemetery would last us another kind of 5 to 7 years. And I just thought that we should be pushing that development out as far as we can. And then my second question is, while that land's sitting there not being developed, are we earning income off it?
Second question first, yes, it is leased out for grazing. And we need to have the infrastructure in place ready for ahead of time. Otherwise, we can't use the cemetery.
To Michelle's point though, Bill, ahead of time, are we going to be, if we do it next year, or whenever it is, 2026, how far ahead of time are we? Because we'll get the cost of depreciation on that, so if we put it out 2 years, it may save us and interest on the money we're obviously borrowing.
Yeah, we can also stage it so that we don't have to do the whole lot all at once and don't borrow that. So we can probably, I think we can probably push it out, just check with me, probably another year I would be comfortable with. Beyond that, it's getting a bit touch and go.
Well, it's a good start though, because we've saved some money.
What's involved, Bill? Is it just putting roads in and infrastructure such as?
Yeah, we've got to put shelter, screen planting in, water supply, all the infrastructure, but we don't have to do it all at once either.
Right, anything further on cemeteries? And then, and my question around, because obviously the 45 beams, et cetera, that you do every, as and when you need them really, don't you?
Yeah.
Just to stay ahead of time.
Yeah.
That's just going to be out of your OPEX, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And the 23,000 there, that's about one beam.
Yes, yeah, I would have thought so, yeah. Okay, cool. So let's move on. Thank you, Bill. Let's invite Dixon to the hot chair. This is like a game show, isn't it? Next contestant, please, Mr. Dixon. Welcome.
Andrew, mine's the same question as Michelle's. Why are we doing it next year? Why can't we push it out till Air New Zealand decide to bring the bigger planes? Because it might be 10 years. I know what they say, but why can't we wait till they actually make the decision that they will be bringing the planes, tell them to give us 6 months run-in time and we'll do it then?
Number of factors come into this. Firstly, the bigger planes are arriving on the 5th of December this year, and that is being used there. So an ATR is now going to be the backup plane for Timaru should one of the Q300s not be available. So we are getting them. The other thing is too that we are almost at the limits of where our numbers of people in the terminal at the moment. We're struggling to get our building warrant of fitness because the numbers there. When you've got two planes arrive much at the same time, so you've got arrivals and departures coming in, and that's where we're stretched on our numbers. The third side is the AVSEC. Now, if government goes ahead and says, right, the smaller planes have to have aviation security, we won't get much warning. and we have not got the space to implement it. So it's a case of future-proofing it and protecting the Air New Zealand service. If you want to take the risk of losing the Air New Zealand service completely, then yes, you can delay it. But I just say, point out, there is a risk in doing that.
Sorry, Alan, I'll let you go next. The cameras, can you just help us understand what that is? The security cameras, it's a massive cost in there. 540 in the first year, 2 million over the 1 to 5 years. Security cameras, it's a pretty neat system.
No, you're on the wrong line.
I'm sure I'm on the right line.
The security cameras is the 215, and yeah.
That's correct, isn't it? Yeah. Is that surveillance cameras?
Yeah, the surveillance cameras, it's just really keeping the system updated. I don't know how that number's been derived. I'll have to talk to our airport manager about that, and you'll have an opportunity to ask that question this afternoon.
Okay, cool. So that's listed. Someone will record that. You'll come back. We'll come back to that one because it's a big number. Alan, you had a question?
Yeah, so to receive the ATRs initially, obviously the runway, is that or was the runway up to standard?
The runway's of insufficient length for a fully loaded ATR, but at the moment, the Air New Zealand if they bring in a backup plane as an ATR, then there's still only going to be maximum 50 passengers on it. So the runway will cope at that point. But if they want to fully load that plane, we are faced with extending the runway.
Yeah, I mean, the airport is an important part of infrastructure and our connection to the rest of the country. So I just wonder whether we need to go the full noise with the terminal, because we've done the terminal twice now in a very short period of time. So I'd probably prefer to see the plane arrive first and see what the impact it had. But obviously I'm still in support of that activity getting done.
And obviously we're at the airport this afternoon, so we can have further conversation. So, yeah.
Around that terminal upgrade, sorry, I missed the start because Peter was talking to me. The terminal upgrade, sorry. So that is driven not by Air New Zealand, about our code of compliance of people. That's what I heard, sorry. And so, that's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess that's one of the main drivers. So, but there is options on the size of the terminal extension you can do. So, we can scale it back to do just a minimum, provide enough space for aviation security in the future. Maybe not have, Air New Zealand has a desire at some stage in the future to separate arrivals and departures, which means they'll move the check-in down the other end of the terminal. But, they haven't given us that assurance at the moment. That's another question asked this afternoon. Air New Zealand will be there.
Yeah, okay, because I've just been into Napier, Invercargill, some new airports over the last 4 weeks, and they don't have any of that. So we're such a small community compared to those particular ones, and their airport's just one big thing. They have a cafe, that's about it.
Yeah, well, at the moment, aviation security is not required for basically only a jet, and so the ATRs and the Q300s don't require it, but it is under review at the moment by civil aviation, and they could impose it. It's one of those regulatory things.
Yeah, Michelle.
Sorry, economic benefit aside, what is the ability to increase fees and charges if we extend the runway and the airport from Air New Zealand? It feels like they're putting these demands on, but are they going to stump up with higher fees?
Well, their landing charges are up for negotiation, so I think there is some scope there to get extra revenue.
Perfect. Anything more in the airport? No. Moving to public toilets. Nicole? So I note the new toilet to support Seaplay, 200K. There again, question around, I assume there again, these are all just funded through rates. as opposed to needing to borrow for any of this activity.
Yes. And to let you know that each Exeter, we've got 36 groups of toilets across the entire district, so we actually have a rolling plan that we try and do at least one or two a year, depending on if it's a fit out inside or a new Exeloo. The Exeloos plus installation with the new slabs, any plumbing, are approximately $100,000 each. So that's why we can't actually do too many, and the 200,000 takes care of two down right on the playground.
So with that, because initially when Sea Play was being developed and there was a wish list for more toilets, and we have a central block down in Caroline Bay, it was discussed that public toilets wouldn't be put near the playground because of the central block. So how did this come about to change minds?
Well, a request actually from the group, safety issue in regards to children being able to go to the toilet, be supervised. Otherwise, if you have families, this is the conversation that's
I've heard that conversation, but many families have done.
Yeah, so I'm just responding to, there was absolutely no money in the budgets when Sea Play first came into place, so we were already 3 years in. I'm putting there as an option for you as councillors. I'm not saying we have to have it. It has been requested from members of the public and community. It's there as an option if you choose or want to put something right on the playground.
And I also say that for our fellow councillors to think about whether this is one of the mice that really do we need. When we look at other public toilets, e.g. West End Park, that is used frequently by sports club, walkers, lots of exercises, small playground, that could really do with an update.
Yep.
So, you know, it's choosing where we want to put that money. Is this something that we can kick the can down the road when there's a good facility block already within probably 50, 100 metres, and look at some other blocks that are well used that could do with an update?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
My point there is, though, if we're building that, not an extra 200, that just goes to the front of the list and move the others out a year. It's not going to matter. These are the things that suddenly 200,000 times 10's 2 million. So I'd suggest that's up to you, Nicole, on your priority list, but we don't put an extra 200,000 in. If it's a priority, it goes in front of whatever follows.
Yes.
Would be my suggestion on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I can make a note for that.
In the entirety, there's quite a few like public toilet stuff. So that's where so for under road, street landscapes, there's M60 is another 600,000 public toilet zone 1. So then I was like, do they sit in different?
There are some toilets that are part of the parks that don't come into the district toilets that are actually on your main highways. It's part of a service you provide to truckies and others in sort of the back roads and also down your main street highway. And then there are some toilets that are part of Parks and Rec that we don't cover. Yeah.
Can I?
Is that the one we're talking about?
Sorry, still got.
Oh, City Town. If it's Strathallan Corner, City Town have received $300,000 funding towards those. So though they're covered, they can come off my list now because they were due for a refit. They come off that list and they're being taken care of. And the funds are clear for that. And $300,000 is an addition to that fund.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, that's fine.
Just in terms of, again, each of these yearly upgrades, if you like, 100 plus K, that seems to be obviously an extraordinarily good upgrade in each of these bathrooms. And I just say that from when I went down to Invercargill a few weeks back, and the toilet at the playground there looked like it was built in 1970, but it was perfect and clean. So I can't help but look at these numbers and think, when we're looking at levels of service, do we need to do a full upgrade in each one of those ones that we're looking at?
Exactly. So again, there are some that we know are better transferred into what we call an Exeloo style, and then there are others that we do an internal, and then we do actually have quite a lot of vandalism across various toilets. We've had them recently in Marchville and also down in Pariora, and depending on what's been vandalised, then we have to capitalise some of the new toilets, etc. So there's a little bit of wiggle room there for any vandalism. And we look at each block and determine whether we're at a point to completely convert to an Exeloo style or whether we refit the inside. So again, we can look at just doing a refit for now and then push any Exeloo style further out.
without getting stuck in the toilet, Nicole,
I know.
you're just first on the list, but to me, this is a classic of we just get this every year asked for, and we've agreed. If we're tight on capital, why aren't we doing it every second year? Why aren't we saving ourselves some money along this line? And to Scotty's point, you know, really looking at it rather than just say, hang on, I need X amount a year because that's what we've always had, because that's what it's going to come down to on this list.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of hard conversations.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just back to the toilet block at Seapla, I think there's economic factors in the mix here as well. I mean, we have created a destination playground down there, so we are intending to bring people from outside of the district into this district to use some toilets. So, you know, I think we do need some reasonably good ones down there in order to cater for that.
I think Councillor Puddington's point is a good one, though. No new money, as opposed to, so it just competes against the other toilets. If we leave them long enough, they will become vintage toilets, and it'll be a selling point. So, so I think there's some direction as far as the loos. Let's keep moving. Civil defence. There's a couple of things in there. Probably the main question for me would be decommissioning of old sirens. Are we? Is Paul here? You might know. But are we? I'd hope we're not borrowing to do that. But 180k to decommission sirens. I think we've asked this before, but it just seems a lot, doesn't it? But I don't think there's anyone here, so we'll park that. Is there someone who is recording questions for later for follow-ups? Oh, sorry, Jess, you're hiding in the back there. Thanks, mate. Cheers. So let's move.
If I could just touch base maybe on the decommissioning of the old sirens.
Yeah.
Not that it's my domain, but my understanding is that that budget is because they're based on the poles.
Yeah.
And I think it's to remove the full structure was the idea behind that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there was something in it. Yeah.
So that's probably why that's a bigger cost, because it's not just taking the siren off the pole. I think it's to remove the whole structure of the old ones.
Don't want to leave it until it falls over. Housing. Welcome back, Nicole. Go for it. Who wants to go? Stu.
Yeah, just the solar panel installation, $1.6 million over time. Have we done any research to the value, whether our tenants will use it, all that sort of stuff? Because again, a good to have, but $1.6 million.
Yes. We have an opportunity for a fund to do a 50-50 split and to be able to look at, in first instance, a group of flats in Temuka. So we were going, because they're in blocks of 4, we were going to look at a block of 4 and test one with a 50-50 application and see if that worked. And it's to offset any cost of electricity in regards to heating, heat pumps and water heating for tenants who are sort of your pensioner aged, and then we could look at the rest if it's stacked up. So I'm quite happy if we feel it is a nice to have. I can remove the rest, but it's an opportunity to look at climate change to offset for people that are on your fixed income. And we've got a 50-50 opportunity for that first
And the question
group.
is, would be, is that activity, I mean, this
And
is probably...
it's self-funding in
It is
regards
self-funding.
to, so the houses are self-funding. There's no rates or any, whatever we receive in income goes back into these houses. So there's no public contribution to this at all,
And with that
other than the rental.
increase of service level, do we get to increase our rents accordingly? That's the challenge with it, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And are we... I get as far as that vulnerable part of our community, I understand what you're trying to achieve, but the question is, can you afford it in 1.6 mil?
But this, that would only be, as I said, it's self-funding. The more flats that we lease out, the more there's that availability to be able to do those works over time.
I think this needs to be captured as part of the 17A anyway review for housing, so we can probably move forward if everyone's comfortable.
So sorry, is this...
Alan.
Sorry, silly. Is this cost neutral then? That is not 5 million, we actually get income to cover that number, or is that over and above our income from the houses?
Everything is within the income we receive for the flats. We can't spend over that. I don't ask for any funds.
So the 5.2 million is basically you're getting that in income to cover those
On
costs.
average, we receive $1.5 million a year in rent from those flats.
1.5, so basically, it's well within the income that you're receiving.
I feel it is, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and we're doing a full review on that housing, Alan, so we'll have that in the future.
I'm a little confused, Nicole, because I was always under the understanding that they were self-funding. During our roadshows that we did, the staff that I spoke to made it quite clear that they are not self-funding. So can you explain to me regarding because I've been in council for a long time, always thought they were self-funding. I get told that no, they're not self-funding.
So apologies for that. We do have a new staff member, Diane, who is now part of that team, only been with us for just over 3 months, and won't be aware of the funding model attached to this. And again, Matt, who's come into our department, the group that were there, talking to you, have not been involved in the actual budgets, etc., because they're new into the department. So it is a correction on my part. It is self-funding. I can guarantee that.
Thanks, Sally. It did get there marginal a couple of years ago, though, but it will get picked up with the 70 review anyway. So we may as well keep going. Council building, probably the question is around that earthquake strengthening, I assume, for people, Nicole.
Yes.
Yeah, the 850 and 2.4.
So again, we looked at this building in regards to earthquake strengthening. We've had some basic reports completed. And because we have the EOC Centre, the emergency centre downstairs, I was under the impression, and there's 2 ways you can look at this in regards to the regulatory rules. The EOC Centre, you could suggest, means if we look at emergency centres, we have to have 100% IL4 cover. So if we applied that to this building, it means it's actually under code. So what we'd have to do is either look at the EOC Centre being placed elsewhere, so we're looking at those options, or we debate and I get a further clarification on the regulatory position. But there still is some works to do to this building. But again, there's not a timeline on them being done unless it's within, if it's classed as an EOC centre within this building and therefore classed as regulatory repair.
Are there other options outside what we have for EOC?
Yes.
Because to me, again, 3.3, I'd want to make sure there's no option that we can't lease somewhere. There's another government department that's up to scratch. It just seems a huge amount. And I don't think that would be enough if it is earthquake prone.
So we are looking at West End Hall as that opportunity, and we're adding a few extras in regards to connectivity and supplying electricity through a generator, etc., so that could actually be flashed up as an EOC centre. And that takes the issue off this building, and then we have more time to actually plan the repairs that need to happen at some point to this building, but maybe not in this current climate. We could push those out.
Nicole, are you looking at Alpine Energy? Because they've got quite a large room there, haven't they, with a brand new building that is a partially community-owned asset that could be a good solution. But my other question actually is, in the costs in here, is it just about earthquake strengthening, or is there an element of upgrade to the building here?
So at the same time, we would do a little. So at the same time, we do a little bit of upgrade. But in regards to the earthquake works, would actually cause us to do further works to repair, because it's invasive work around our clock tower and around some of the core elements of the building. If we were not to do that, then we'd be back to just our regular painting, but we do have, this building is 11 years old now, and it is starting to show its age in regards to kit on the roof, etc. These things don't last forever, so we have to have some funds, because if some of our systems on the roof go down, we have to repair them for heat within the building. And plumbing is turning out to be an interesting one over time too.
Okay, so that's a question of timing as far as flex. And there might be further. So everyone comfortable, council?
I'd suggest take it out.
So we go Alan, then
I'd suggest take it out. Just going to suggest we carry on doing Nicole's stuff while she's sitting here too.
Oh, I had a double question too. So just to clarify, so the EQ repairs, we've got 3.3 million in there. but we haven't done an assessment.
Yes, I've done all the assessments, yes.
Okay, this is in our category 1.
And that's-
One of our 8 buildings that we're focused on?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because so if we jump down to M161, which is earthquake strengthening, you have 1.1 million in there for the remaining 7 buildings? Because to me, that is significantly short. That wouldn't even pay for the Temuka Library.
Separate,
It's-
it's
I know-
not, it's not under.
No, you're getting a brand new one in this. I know, but
Yeah, so you
earthquake
wouldn't- so you
strengthening
wouldn't do
still
the
has to happen
work.
in this next wee window, in this window. Are we just not going to do it and build a new library? That's a different question, but I'm just wondering of whether this is way too small. So, sorry, team, I'm looking to, just to clarify, you think you have enough money for those first lot of category 1 buildings?
No,
No.
this is a reduced amount which I've already put a pen through. So no, I don't have enough. I'm being really honest about that. But then I would have to look at the priority buildings that we would need to look at in that first 3 years. And if it becomes 1 building a year or 1 every second year, I have significantly reduced that before coming to this table already.
I think the theory around that was there was a lot more work to be done in the next 3 years to get a definitive plan on exactly what numbers need to be. Would that be fair to
Yeah,
sort
when
of
that's
shape?
part way through,
Yeah.
the reports are being done, then we look at what the recommendations of the reports are, then we go out and QS and start to price those recommendations and then prioritise the buildings as to which needs to be first cab off the rank. And it's in regards to a priority building. Is it an EOC, is it an emergency centre, and then is it in the age range where your clock is ticking to repair? So then we prioritise them into that list. Yeah.
Come into the first 5 years. So it just worries me that since we're looking at 227, sort of focused on that, we don't, I would have thought that's quite an urgent thing I'd like to see before next year. Some more clarity around that before our next round of workshops, because I think we'll undercut that.
Yep, I can do that.
Cool. Captured. Good point. Councillor Booth will keep Nicole there and deal with her stuff. So we'll go to property, which carries on with part of the conversation. I guess the question, my first question before I go to the floor, outdoor pursuits, accessibility, walking track, etc. Is that the one that we talked about with the, because I think I just remember the conversation was, there was never any real hurry.
No,
And how is that funded would be my
Well,
part B.
they were interested, first of all, in regards to the contractual arrangement within 5 years. We've now pushed that out to 10. In that we've had a conversation internally whether that should actually sit in this budget or whether it should go across into Parks and Rec or Land Transport in regards to. But we have a contractual arrangement. If they uplift the last amount of money and sign the contract, we have an arrangement with them to install that track. If they don't come forward and uplift that final amount of money, then there's no track to be installed. So it's chicken and egg, that one at this stage.
And how's that funded, those sort of small things? Is that loan, will that be loan?
It would have to be loan because apologies, yeah.
Property
Property, last line.
below land transport, we'll just bump Susie and we'll come back to that. Yeah.
The line above that, Nicole, can you explain what that actually means on the Temuka Alpine Energy?
Yes. So Temuka Alpine Energy Stadium is one of your emergency centres, so it's part of your priority list. That building has a construction that is exactly the same as the Aorangi Stadium or STEC, and the same issues, but on a much smaller scale. In regards to the Temuka area, at this stage, if we deregister that building from your emergency, you have no emergency centre available to you other than possibly the Marae.
So again, have we gone out and asked other people that there are other modern buildings there?
I haven't, I'm looking at Temuka at this stage, and I'm looking at the Jehovah's Witness Hall. We can't use the library because that's under code, so are there any other bigger buildings that you feel would cater? This building is under code. Where some basic works that we can do here, we can bring it back on the emergency, and then it is available then as a functioning centre above code.
take it out as well, I'd suggest. Point, I mean, we just can't, we've got to, we just can't afford all this stuff, and, we just got to start pulling stuff out. So it's working, it's happening, it's set up, it's doing the job.
If you were to look at all the buildings in regards to the earthquake prone, I would have, in my opinion, as looking at all the properties, that is actually your first cab off the rank. I would fix that because of the hole you have in Temuka in regards to an emergency centre. For any reason, even if you had flooding further up, that is the only building that can cater for a large amount of people within that building and your parks area. So if you did nothing else, could I suggest you think about that building as the one to concentrate on?
Yeah, look, and
I guess part of it, Nicole, is though, surely we should have a report. We should know what our earthquake, rather than this ad hoc way of doing it. We should have a priority list so we know where we're spending our money and why we're spending it when it regards to earthquake-prone buildings.
Yep. And I'm happy to come, and that's part of the next wave of the reports you've had recently about earthquake buildings. This is the next report, of which I was already formulating with Trudy when she was here, and to come forward to you. So it hasn't come forward yet, but that report is already part written.
What we've suggested, Councillor Piddington, is that we take the next 3 years, because we have X amount of years until the regulations force us to take action. We take the next 3 years to fully understand and scope the scale of it. So we put some funding aside for establishing that, and then at that point we can make some decisions about coming back to council, and council can make decisions about what use they want to carry on with buildings, if they want to offload some buildings, what the deficit in some buildings might be, and what the cost might be over the next 20 years. It's huge, and it's bigger than property. It's across the whole of the organisation. So we want to come back with that information.
I accept that, but Michelle's point of Alpine Energy building out at Washdyke, in the budget, we've got to build this up and money in there before we've actually gone out and sought other opportunities.
So for the EOC Centre, absolutely the Alpine Energy building would work. I have to say that I led that project, so I know that building intimately down to the last plug. And absolutely it's been built to enable and help, but they've just moved Netcon into that building now as well, so they've got extra pressure in regards to space in that building.
We do have...
But your EOC's easily solved here.
Yeah, we do have an alternative at Temuka, which is the Marae, which has
Yes.
been offered up to us, which
Yeah.
is a modern facility, is above code, does
Yeah.
provide 90 beds and a commercial kitchen. So there are other options, but it's really a level of service question around whether or not that project goes ahead. Its current use is a civil defence centre, which is a welfare centre in the old speak. It's whether or not we continue to use that. That's part of this conversation.
Yeah.
To be fair to the officers, I'd prefer it to be in there so we can see everything that might be a possibility. It's not in there saying we're doing it. It's in there saying this is what could be, So I'd rather all of the stuff was in there and we take
look,
it
and
out.
the
rather than
approach
the other
might
way
be
around.
business case to business case and a larger fund that they apply to or something, but it still needs to be as far as their budgeting, and I don't disagree. Right, so that's got some direction on that. Good.
Sorry,
No,
Nigel,
you're
I'd
right.
like to test the Marae option again. If it's already there and it's a resource, why are we not having a look at that?
So,
Yeah, it's in
Yeah,
between.
it's between the rivers. Currently, there's a flooding problem with their access to it in certain circumstances.
It was your suggestion, Paul.
And I believe we are looking, to my colleague over to my right here, at lifting the causeway a bit so that it doesn't flood and it does become more robust and useful in a flooding event. Is he?
Yeah, and so Susie
That's
might-
correct, yeah. I thought it was.
Susie can talk to that when we bring her up. All righty. Was that all your stuff, Nicole? Are we missing anything? Yeah, let's just whip through the motor camps and fishing huts quickly. And halls, yeah. Cool. What's your next one there, Nicole? Is it, we'll start with gallery then, will be the next one. Oh, yeah, no, Beth's here, that's good. Questions on art gallery? My question was around the off-site art store development, temporary 5 years is about 620K. I'm assuming that's rate funded because it's either a lease or something, is it? Or is that?
Where are we up to?
We are in the gallery and it's on M52, so it's off-site art store development. It's just significant money to be spending over a period of time, which might be better invested in a permanent solution potentially.
Yeah. I'm still, thank you for your patience as well, because I'm still getting my head across all of these.
Yeah, that's fine, Beth.
My understanding, and I'll speak to my understanding of it, it's not in that one, is that it's specifically around temperature-controlled storage of art.
Yeah, yeah.
One of the questions that we are having, and one of the things that we're exploring, is because obviously the museum, the art gallery, and the library high-value materials. Obviously, the museum and the library themselves have got archival material. Each one of those had originally asked for their own kind of temperature-controlled space where they could have archival storage. One of the things we will be exploring with them is maybe there's a central repository that we can keep all of that material, so condensing it down so it's a single site.
Perfectly, if that can be explored.
Yeah.
Yeah, tilt
We'll be doing
slab.
that. It's on the agenda.
Beth, I presume that off-site art store development, because it says temporary 5 years, is because of the potential building the next one.
Yes.
So that will be the temporary solution, so we're going to, but I had a similar question to that, was around, have we considered the museum?
As a temporary location for storage of art, yes, there was a conversation that I started having with the teams last week about that.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
Again, that feeds into that question around where archival material is stored and where it can be accessed by the community.
Yeah.
So that's the right one.
Yeah, that links into M52. And back to your point as well, Councillor Scott, yes, it is directly linked with the proposal for the new development. So one will go hand in hand with the other or not. I can confirm as well that the EQ strengthening, so from 38, M47 down to M51 are obviously underway. So they can be removed and will be removed from this particular piece of work.
So, a quick question. General upgrades and renewals, do you know what specifically that might be at 80K a year when you've just got potentially a new building and...
Oh, just be general repairs and maintenance across most activities will have something like that.
At the gallery?
Yeah, we'll have...
Just after it's been upgraded though, that's my question.
It's only a portion.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Going to talk about the $9.5 million elephant in the room, or is that not today? Because
To the point...
that's today. Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, but if you leave it in the 10-year plan, it's not as big an elephant as if you put it into year 11.
Yeah, that's right. You clearly want to start that conversation then.
No, I understand that. Yeah.
I think it's awesome that we're doing obviously we've the project to go ahead for the earthquake strengthening, which will significantly change our service at the art gallery, which I think our community is really excited about. And so I don't know, there's something inside me. I don't know much about this, and I know Alan and Stu, you spent more time on this particular extension, but I just wonder we need to put a bit of a hold on that, because once we get that gallery, the house done, and it's been out of service for so long, will that be sufficient, and can we optimise our opportunities with that? And I just think this is a real luxury, and I don't know if it's really needed. Sorry, I'm putting it out there, team.
I agree.
It is
Yeah,
recording.
I agree as well. I think it's a luxury we can't afford at the moment, and if, as Councillor Booth says, we have to start taking stuff out, that would seem to me to be a place to start.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pause and wait and see to your point. I think, yep, I think everyone's on the same page. So we can push that further out, but good point, CFO. Can't keep kicking the can if it does need to be done at some point. Sorry, now, all good on the art. Now, your next one. Oh, sorry?
Sorry, but we just keep buying new art. I guess that's how you operate when you've got an art gallery. But do we ever sell any, or do we just keep buying more? And maybe if we sold some, we wouldn't need some storage or so. I don't know. We just seem to keep buying more.
Are you suggesting selling all our art for the LTP?
Have a Goldie, that'd probably fetch quite a bit.
I don't expect an answer on that. It's just
I don't have
it's
one.
a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I can find out.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, on Facebook Marketplace.
I don't think it is a rhetorical question, actually.
something to think about.
That's
I
the
didn't
one
want
thing
to
I've got
push it
here
out.
too. If you've got X amount of art and we only see it once every 10 years, it's of some value.
Can I?
It's
also-
how we receive them. I mean, most of them are bequeathed or have legacy.
Some
to
of
them.
it's bequeathed, not all of it, yeah.
Other than that, it's just rats and mice, and as my colleague here said, it's a couple of new toilets.
So I guess one thing, we obviously revalued artwork last year, and it is at September 2022 was valued at about $15 million.
Conversely, I would also posit that it becomes a major tourism draw card as well. So if you sell that, you could end up losing one of the core facilities that draw a lot of people into the district. So these are the sorts of things that you need to consider.
I don't think we're probably spending too much time on that one. Conscious that we. So any further on the art? Stay there though, Beth. Museum. Jump in, Stu.
Yeah, just the Heritage Hub fit out, there's $1,058,000. Why is that in there? I thought we were the 2,500s. Just a mystery to me if we're opening a new museum, why we need another $1 million to fit it out in 3 years' time.
So I think Philip is looking at, so apologies, Philip is looking at the centre. It does need some work done to retrofit. If it was to become a centre depository for artworks or others, there is some humidity work that you need to do in that building. So that's what he's looking at. The year after we move a lot of the equipment, it's a storage for art. I'll pass back to...
To be fair, you don't move artworks. If they're actually where they are, they need to stay there because you're just going to damage them. So that's why the storage is on site and it needs to remain on site.
Yeah. So I can interject there. So this will be specifically where we're looking at the museum and potentially library co-location of archival material. But there is, to Nicole's point as well, quite a bit of upgrade work that does need to go into that in order to make that building fit for purpose.
It is common to move art though for exhibition as an example, and that's why the van's there. So, and I think that's the opportunity, isn't the efficiency of, I would go as far as sell the museum site, let's build something fit for purpose and combine those activities into one tilt slab, air-conditioned, Stafford Street shop, whatever, yeah. So that's an opportunity sitting there, in there, isn't it?
Well, that's
Let's move.
Just have one question, sorry. Heritage Hub fit out, significantly under. I thought it was 3 million and you've got 790.
No, that's our contribution, so the rest is fundraisers.
Our contribution 790.
Yes, that's correct. Yep. So that's fundraisers, the total 3 mil. They've got to go to 2.2, yeah. So theatre, sure there's nothing to discuss there. Or to be perfectly honest, we have had, is there anything further for those? I know we're going to have other conversations on that, so do we need to have a, jump in if you want to, but otherwise...
I guess we need to let the community know we are moving ahead, but it's where exactly it sits, because we can't go through all that and not look at that, and they'll say what's going on.
No, I think the message to the community is we're, as every LTP, we're looking across every activity and every capital project. That would be the, yeah.
I think if the community knew really what this thing was going to cost and where it all started, they'd actually be questioning what we're doing, quite frankly. That's a huge number, and we're a very small group of people. And so I'm staggered that we're actually at this stage and we're still considering it. As you all know, it's, you know, we're heading up to whatever it is. What is the number? It says 49 million there, but I think it's a lot more than that. So, you know, that's going to make a huge difference to us and our debt and in achieving a balanced, some form of balanced budget, if we're actually just to take that pressure off ourselves, because that's going to max us out. That number there is massive, and it's not all in. So I think everyone needs to be well aware of that, and you know what I think.
No, could you?
Could you clarify?
No, we do. You have been very clear, Alan, so we do know exactly. But let's move forward. Any further questions on Theatre Royal?
Sorry,
Yeah. No, you're right.
I'm not going to
No, that's
go
okay.
back there. Still a little traumatised. But no, I just, when we get to just talking about workshopping and numbers, because I think that 2025 is short, and we'll figure that out right in March when we do the next round. So how do you adjust that? So like, say that needs another 5 mil added to it, which I think we already know with contingencies that it does. How do we adjust that?
So obviously this is work in progress.
Oh, yeah,
So
okay.
essentially, until such time that we put it out for consultation, by that point we'll have a better understanding of this particular project, and then essentially then it goes out to the public, and then, yeah. Because remembering these overall numbers don't get locked in until the 25th of June. So we've got essentially a 6-month window of reiterations, you know, different scenarios and the like. I guess it's now 2:00. We have essentially half an hour before you depart. I guess going forward, I'm just not sure whether we're going to necessarily get through all of this. I'm looking at Vinci for some kind of...
Yeah, we can. Maybe if we just prioritise a couple, but I think we still want to come back to this and to finish the detail, if that's okay, Vinci.
I'm going to suggest next Tuesday you have another workshop.
Yeah.
And so we can pick up where you leave off, but I suggest that while you have specific activity managers,
Yes, agreed.
let's prioritise their
Those.
projects for their time.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, councillors.
Yeah, so is there any stuff sitting with Nicole and Beth that's,
Stacey had some questions around the hall.
halls, yeah?
It's 2 million for renewals and upgrades.
Yeah.
And my question is to what? Like as in, is there a schedule? Do we say this hall needs this? Or is that just a bit like is that just a blanketed cost? Or do you have a game plan?
So we have, yes, there is a game plan. We have 50 halls approximately altogether, but we focus on 10 which are like a Caroline Bay, etc. And we've got rolling capital works that we do. So it may be some painting, it may be a little bit of roof repair. So we're pretty much up to date with a lot. So this is just the money that you see each year goes across 10 buildings, which is not an awful lot when you're in the scheme of things. And depending on where we get to, it's mostly some carpet renewal, some painting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, that's well.
We asked a couple of years ago, and I forget who we asked, but can we have an update on the halls that we own and the usage? Because it may come down to selling assets or getting rid of, not maintaining ones because they're too expensive. And we've just never seen it, so I'm keen to see something like that.
So the halls are now on the bookable system, so I now have access to that information, who's booking what hall. And the only thing to be aware of in regards to, and we certainly can look at a divestment policy, is whether they sit on reserves. Again, if any of the halls have been gifted to us, there's all sorts of fish hooks around the various ownerships and the land title, but we can slice and dice that to give you an idea.
There's further work being done around other assets and divestment, if you like. Cool, so halls, what else are we missing in there? Yep, go to swimming pools. Did you want to go to motor camps, fishing huts? Or fishing huts is easy, that's just doing a tata. Motor camps, I know we put a bit of a pause. There's a couple of issues sitting with the motor camps, so we just need to give some thinking around that, don't we? Obviously, the income stream is pretty minor, and so...
with the halls, with the motor camps, we have some that actually are on commercial leases. Others, if they're on a reserve, we're locked into whatever the policy is around leasing on a reserve land. And we get, Geraldine is a really good camp. Winchester, it's becoming more of a motorhome permanent camp, so there are some discussions we need to have around that and some issues there. Pleasant Point is only open during the summer, but that could change. We could turn that into a more of a commercial, but we'd have to look at it as an ablution block. But it's more the sewerage situation, Winchester and Pleasant Point and the others, that we need to make sure that we've got better sewerage exiting the camps. So some of them have had sumps and undergrounds which are now not coping and getting towards the end.
Maybe just request a discussion paper until the new year.
Absolutely.
Is that cool? Okay, perfect. Motor camps, what do we do? Swimming pools, team? Is that probably the big one?
Just clarification on that. So we're not going to spend the 430 before we've had the paper?
No, we'll just pause that. Thank you. Winchester ablution block it. We've just paused it at this point. So let's go to swimming pools and then we can get someone else up in the hot seat.
Thank you.
Questions for swimming, for Beth? Did anyone have anything on pools?
My thing on the Pleasant Point, I know it's not till 2027, but I presume we're doing our analysing the community engagement or use at the moment, aren't we?
Yes. So I can give you a bit of an update on what the Pleasant Point upgrade is. What we're actually going to do is change the focus of that, and we're going to have a feasibility study which will take into account all of the district pools. What you'll notice is that we have 3 district pools plus the main town centre pool, all within the space of between 15 minutes and half an hour drive of each other. Obviously, the cost associated with some major upgrades in facilities that may or may not be well used should actually be considered. So what we are doing at the moment, we've rolled out another program to make sure that we're getting sufficient data on pool usage that can be used as part of an empirical assessment of which assets we should potentially keep or potentially let go as well. So what I'm requesting will be a feasibility study for the assessment of all of those pools altogether, rather than putting money specifically to the upgrade of one of those pools.
Perfect, thank you. So that's you done, I think, Beth?
Yes.
Was there anything?
Is there anything else?
Seabay, just...
City Hubs, Andrew.
You've got Capital Works, 130,000 this year for Seabay. What's it for?
For capital works, for maintenance programs that haven't been done for the last good 10 years or so that really should be explored.
We just put new doors and...
We've put new security
shut down
doors.
for 2 weeks, and
Yes.
didn't we spend money then?
So I can speak to the fact that there's an annual shutdown that occurs every single year, and that's make sure that critical maintenance gets done. So that's your cleaning, but also replacement of pumps potentially as well. So we have mapped out now for the first time in, I think, ever, a full maintenance program. We've got roofing tiles that need to be replaced, lighting that needs to be replaced, and there's a whole program of works that needs to be considered as part of making sure that facility is safe.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. So I think we might go parks, water, roading, if that's okay. Bill? Yeah, no, that's all right. 6.5. What time's the airport? We've got to be out there at 3. No, we've got to be at the airport by, is there a time? Anyone know? I'm sorry, I didn't know you had the airport. No. I think, yeah, it'll start at, I assume it starts at 3. Andrew, do you know the time for the airport? 3 o'clock, perfect. So we can go to 2:40. Yeah. Bill, okay, Parks team, questions? Stu?
I guess it's along the Egantai City Town Highfield development at 5.5 million, Bill, and I guess it's to my fellow councillors. The numbers we got this morning saying if we did the stadium and the theatre, we'd be at our debt cap. So I'm not sure how a project of that size is even going to make it to the starting gate.
And yes, it needs to be considered. So that's obviously just all loan funded. And then the shared urban tracks, that'll be actually OPEX, won't it? Because that sits in there all the time, the 200k per year, that's actually operations, isn't it? That's new track, so that's loan funding too.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just okay, brilliant. And that's not new though, Bill, is it? It's always or is that new?
It's not an addition, but it's been an ongoing thing for a number of years.
For some time. But so have we always loan funded that?
I think so.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if we can't, it makes sense that we rate to do something like that, I would have thought. Yeah.
Indirectly, it's rates through, yeah.
Indirectly, directly.
Appreciate.
Comes out of that massive difference. We've got to save money somewhere.
Yeah, Alan.
Look, just in regards to the Highfield Park development, we probably could put a business case around that in regards to the land at the top being subdivided potentially and actually sold off to, and that would probably pay for a fair chunk of that upgrade in regards to what you've got in the budget. So we just need to be a little bit more, I guess, creative.
A request, I know there's probably been some work done on that, Bill, anyway, so request for the new year for business case around that to some extent?
Yes, I have started that exercise.
Be ahead. Yeah, good point, Councillor Booth. Michelle.
I agree with you, Councillor Booth, for a change. What is this 20 million of structures, services, furniture and fencing? Because it's some pretty fancy park benches.
There are thousands of assets across the parks. Well, if you spend 2,500 on one and others, we've got courts redevelopment going now, which is 110,000. There's multiple assets out there. We've got 646 hectares in parks with all sorts of stuff on it, roads, water supplies.
11 domains.
Yeah, but I just see that the reseal program, the equipment renewals and the walkways and that are all separate. So that's $20 million on, I'm not sure what. I guess they're just asking for it, not now, but at some point we probably need a little bit more detail portion of the capital budget.
And perhaps that can be part of the discussion with the report for the I know the report's been done, but the 17A review for that, because I think that some of those items, there might be some cost efficiencies by providing some of those elements from within an internal team versus an external. Andrew's not convinced.
I guess though, this is the one a wee bit like the computers at the top. We've done that, but $500,000 playground renewals, we've just done C-Play. I'm not saying we can it, but there must be some savings we can drive if we're serious, and it's not you, Bill, across the organisation about saving money. Are we going to be any worse, for example, if we put 300k in? I don't know, but we just can't sit here and nod to these lines and expect to save money.
I think that's fair, but the only thing is we have playground safety standards and undersurfacing and things like that we're out and we need to replace.
Look, I agree, Bill, but there might be reserve land that we're mowing that we don't even need. I just think at some stage we've got to have a hard look at the operation and what we're putting in. Because when do the standards come in? Have we got time, as Paul would say, with earthquake, 15 years? We don't have to do it all tomorrow. And we're not going to save money by just ticking off these line items.
I agree with you. We look at what we're doing. Unfortunately, the standards have been in for several years and we're bound by them. Well, council has adopted them.
It's a level of service discussion you have, and if you're willing to drop that level of service, and there will be complaints, that's fine, we can match the budget towards that,
Yeah, that's right. I think that's part of that review, so I think we can really dive into that in detail. The question, the playground renewals, has that increased, is that correct? The 500k? And are we loan funding that renewal program? Because that's where we get into a trouble, because that's a big number that adds up if we are loan funding it.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't have where it's coming from.
Yeah, well, one of the things I will point out is that our Parks and Reserves assets are still on deemed value funding, depreciation. So they are valued on a 2005, and they have only had additions effectively added to it. So we are not on fair value depreciation for these assets. So our depreciation fund is fairly low.
No, we're here to help. We're going to put some depreciation in there. It's okay.
So I would have to say that the depreciation is fully used, and then if there needs to be a top up at this loan fund.
But my question is, do you bite the bullet and if we got to do the renewals, at some point we need a % in the rates to pay for that 500k, because we can't just keep loaning 500k a year for such, for playground renewals. That just doesn't pass the sniff test in my regard, and apologies for using that sort of language. But let's move on. Any more questions for Parks? And we're eating up valuable time. 6 minutes each for them.
No, I've actually advised your activity managers, they'll be back next week from 10
perfect.
to 12.
Yeah.
And they're more than happy with that. I will also have information management, CE and/or IT manager here to address the first item.
Yeah, cool.
For next week. So what I suggest, councillors, we're at the very tail end of this. I want to go back and revisit the questions, but any other questions for Parks? Now's your chance.
Yeah, anything?
I was just making sure I understood. So what we've asked for is, say, with that, is actually understanding over the next, again, 5 years, what is actually scheduled to be done. Is that what we asked to be shown?
Yeah, and we are due a really in-depth conversation on Parks, so you'll have a good opportunity.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, because they're quite odd numbers. So obviously there's line items of what you're doing and all that. I think that'd be helpful to understand locations, and especially around that 20 million.
So any further questions for Parks? And thanks, and apologies though for those unit managers that have been sitting in here, but I know the likes of water, there's so much technical stuff in there, so it's going to be, there's going to be a million questions for people to get full understanding, so we need to give that the time it's due, and same with roading.
To be fair, I think they have found it really valuable watching the kind of questions that you're asking, so they'll be really well prepared for next week. And so can I just clarify that we are hanging a lot on the Section 17A report for Parks to actually get down to line items to actually look at that?
Well, I think...
Or CapEx?
I don't think that was probably... It's probably expanding further, but it's an opportunity to have that good discussion. So let's bring this back up when we have that conversation and some other things to...
With the 17A report, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. When do we expect that?
Yeah, I'll just point out the 17A, so there's an item on the council agenda for next week.
Yes.
Which is basically outlining the 17A and what the next steps of that. Now, that next steps is about collecting the costings and doing the business cases for that. So, we are not going to get down to that level.
Right. I already understand, Andrew. You won't disappoint me next Tuesday. It's okay.
Okay. So at this stage, we don't really have many options to present you for Parks based on the conversation you've just had.
No, that's cool. I think we can get into the detail.
Can be a separate schedule we can develop for the renewals.
Yeah. No, that's cool. And then as far as for today, we still need to go back. Where's the value spent for the next 9 minutes? Do you want to have a conversation around the rates range? Because as far as, that's probably pretty good. And then levels of service can probably wait, that's not as important. But so, as a starting point, I've come up with a scenario where I think over the period we get similar overall numbers in the plan. And so the starting point, so for, this is my thinking, without being too extreme, would be across general rates, all rates with UA, GC and targeted in there, that we start with 12 and then we have a smoothed at 6 over that, and then to get the balance, fees and charges, we give that a kick of 15. There's going to be some things that you can't jump up that much because there'll be some, such as the airport might be an example, but overall, and then we continue on at 7, and so over the 7%, and I know there's other revenue, but that's sort of consistent, but that over the life of the plan gets us to we don't have that front end money in there, but we end up with a similar dollar value of about 1.7 billion towards the end of it, and then that's not too far out of reach for people's comfort zones, I would have thought. So it might be a place to start as far as a model, roughly, assuming I've got it within CUI. That was 5 o'clock this morning.
Just a question, Nigel, does that leave all the big projects in? Is that...
No, so that builds the revenue up, and then you would have to model the projects around the revenue.
Okay.
Yeah, so I haven't...
So essentially your debt falls out of
yeah.
ultimately
Yeah, no.
what your income is. So then essentially we're looking at a 2.1 debt
2.5.
and then a 2.4, because essentially we can... 2.5. So essentially that can all be on a similar graph, or on the, a similar table, because ultimately it's just multiplying whatever you've got and then, Yep.
Sorry, Andrea, when you do that, can you show the headroom? I'm
Yes.
fascinated in headroom and a dollar value. Thank you.
And just so I'm clear, Andrea, that'll show somehow how much we have to save in capital projects?
Yes, it will, because obviously we've got our current capital spend here, because we haven't ultimately touched this list.
Yep.
So essentially that will be our raw scenario, and then obviously if we've only got 50 million, well then your 128 next year is, there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I just want to make sure we're getting all those numbers so we're clear.
Yes.
So that's next Tuesday, is it?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. The other thing that potentially we could bring is the balanced budget side of things. Is that something that will fall out?
We can look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially we could bring we'll just see how far we get in the next 5 days, in 5 days.
Councillors, realising that we have limited resource to actually put into this for that time, being that Brad's contracted for 1 day a week, and that day is spread over multiple days now. What we discussed yesterday in the reference group was that over the holiday break period, the possibility of having that core group for governance that we could pass, officers will continue to be working over that time, but to have that group that we can touch base with to actually give progress updates. And I'm going to leave that for you to discuss, but that came out of yesterday's reference group meeting.
Yeah, sort of the discussion really briefly. So Councillor Booth, Councillor Jackson, myself were there. Was that it as far as elected members? Kevin wasn't there, was he? No, and we just sort of basically either that group or another group that could sort of assist as sort of a bit of a budget review along the way, bearing in mind that there'll be some stuff done in January and what have you. So if you are available and interested, just let me know, probably is the easiest way. Yeah, and we might, what I might do is I'll get Alicia just to check everyone's availability. Yeah.
And the function and purpose of that group, of course, is to give us as officers feedback of, yes, that looks good, no, try that one again, that type of thing, so that when we bring you all together, back together in January, we have something really robust. Oops.
Cool. Awesome. I know, some have to go. Thank you. That was really comprehensive. Apologise for those that didn't get to enjoy the seat. We'll have a special show next week for you. Look forward to it. But that was really informative, so we really appreciate that. That's really valuable for us. Yeah.
Thank you very much, councillors. And just as a reminder, what we will do is we will actually write up a summary of your discussion today and some of the key action points that came out of it, circulate that around, also with the key concepts and the key questions that you have at the forefront of your mind when considering, because you'll spend a lot of time between now, next week, and January reflecting on these issues. Thank you for your time. Enjoy your trip out to the airport.